Doesn't matter. Okay, we'll start with these ones, and then when we run out, go to the color. Okay. Oh, yay! We're online.
Hello, interwebs.
We should tweet. Have we tweeted out that's happening?
Oh, the recursive. FaceTiming.
That's how you destroy the world.
We haven't said. Oh, my loop! It's a loop.
FaceTiming on TV, and my son.
No way.
My phone locked, so my son went up. The 3-year-old went up to try to unlock the teeth. I happened to get a picture of it, and it was it's really extra awesome because you can see that's the first version, second, third, and it hasn't
definitely live
back yet. Just happened to be just the right time for the
Short announcement.
All right, what are we going to use as our official clock? I have 4 different times. I've got my phone chime. I've got that clock, and Matt's got a clock. Which one do we want? Which one are we going with? Okay, I got 856 for some reason. I don't know. I don't know if I cleverly.
I know 54 as well.
Okay.
Do you want me to do this?
Your phone is sync with the magic.
I don't know. I don't sync with any magic. Good at that. Oh, I just wanted to I just need to know what clock to use. So if that one looks to be efficient, accurate to what you guys have. This is for the. Oh.
How many do we need?
Where did the packets go?
They're right there.
Everybody needs a packet.
Just put those anywhere.
I can't go. Well, everything is fine.
It was not me.
It was me.
It was terrible.
Oh, don't try to cover it up.
You're welcome. You're so welcome.
I know what I didn't see. I'm not this
Really?
I don't want to be the sad.
That might be true.
I just sat there.
What?
I thought I was a sad guy.
Well, I'm totally you beat me in the last
I did? I really thought it was me.
Nope.
I really thought it was.
Oh no. They have made him, Wallace, Billy, all made it really clear that I am sacrificed.
Well, I know, but I thought maybe they were mistakes. I thought maybe you're being nice. Not being like, by the way, guys.
You know what? You're absolutely right. You are the sacrifice. Dan is the sacrifice. That's exactly right.
Is that a torch?
My baseball team is already.
No, it's not. No, I think you were all mistaken, like the insane, and that he is actually the sacrifice, and that everyone else is
I did so poorly.
I have to admit, the baseball was tempting, but that's a commitment. 162 games.
But it's a long season. You get to come and go, and the real survivors end up doing well in the playoffs because.
Well, that's
start paying
one of the things I
attention.
love about baseball as a sport is that it's not as luck-based as football. 162 games, like you can have some confidence in them.
Well, yeah, well, the things can come and go. What I like is that in football, it's almost impossible for a dark horse to really emerge, like as a player, because there's so small sample size, you never really know. But I love like waiver wires, and I love like finding that guy that
You can have somebody go up for the season in baseball and have a complete nobody.
I'm also terrible at drafting. So my draft is always horrible. I usually just let auto pick do it. My pitching is always terrible because I'm just terrible at it. Like, but I'm usually in contention in the end because I do a pretty good job of keeping up and watching your spot and picking up a finding your spot reliever who becomes a closer, or finding your starter who they move to the bullpen and gets good innings and has a good good whip. I like that stuff. And I love baseball. I love the sport.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game.
My brain shut it up.
Also, just
There it is.
El Saco Magnifico.
All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
I think we're.
Okay, folks. It's T-minus 30 seconds to 9. Welcome to EdCamphMW. Yay! You guys took your last Saturday of April break and spent it with us. Yes! So excited. No, seriously though, it's like really cool that you're here and that the energy I'm feeling in the room already is really strong and great. And I know it's not a ton of people, but that means more opportunity to ask questions and to dig deeper and to dive deeper. And it's going to be a great day. We've got an amazing group of people that we're going to talk about later. But first, we're going to start by doing. We're going to learn by doing. So, page 1. We're going to do a quick flash lab. Quick 30-minute DT flash lab. We're going to take you all the way through the deep design thinking process. Discover, empathize, experiment, produce. You're going to learn the whole thing in 30 minutes, and then we're going to be able to explore and go from there. So, first thing you got to do, you have 2 minutes. What? Yes, 2 minutes. There will be a clock. What brings you joy? What takes your joy away? Go. Write it down quickly. Anything goes. What brings you joy? What takes joy away? Don't worry about if you're feeling like, oh, I want to preserve that handout because I want to use them again. We've got extra copies, and this will all be available to you digitally. It'll all be sent to you. So worry not about that. Get messy today.
Get messy.
Can somebody be an official timekeeper?
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
We're not doing this too?
What's up?
Are we not doing this too? Are we doing this too?
Ken? Feel free to write outside the boxes. That's why there's extra space at the bottom, not just because I didn't put the slides. Not to give you presenter note space, it gives you presenter note space. And remember, this is not just about professional. This is about anything that brings you joy in the world. I would write down comic books and comic books and comic books. You can also write down old Sears catalogs.
You like old Sears?
I love old Sears catalogs. Love them. Love them. What takes joy away? Clowns. Irony. No, actually, I enjoy irony, but.
I thought you said ironing.
Oh, no, irony. Very stupid. 20 seconds, 20 seconds. See if you can add 3 more things to each box.
See, I made it mention it.
Oh, yeah, make sure you takes joy away from you. As many ideas as you can get down. Ding, and that's time. Okay, cool. Awesome. So you just did discovery. You got a little sense of what that the topic is going to be around joy. This is important. Okay. You got a sense of what brings you joy, what takes joy away from you. So you kind of get to that headspace of thinking about joy and the removal of joy. Flip to page 2. Yeah, what you need to do, and you have to do this with someone who is not sitting with you, someone who is not near you, someone that you don't know particularly well. We got lots of strangers in the room, I think. So what you need to do is conduct 2, in 4 minutes, you need to conduct 2 empathy interviews. You need to find out what brings another person joy and what takes joy away from that individual. Talk to 2 different people, find out what brings them joy and what takes joy from them. But you've only got 4 minutes to do this with 2 other people. Go, 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 go. Rapid fire empathy.
Yes, I did.
Oh, you have 0 viewers.
So it's Everyone outside. 2 minutes. You want to make sure you're talking to another person if you haven't already. Yeah. All right. This is the
Oh, you have a great
We got a minute to go here.
I got it,
Hello and welcome to EdCamp. So there's a marker.
They're way from Southern Maine.
Southern Maine. How's that?
It's a big area.
Yeah, they're from
The middle of nowhere.
Hudson and Salmon.
Yeah, we'll say St. because that's bigger than
I
where
just
I'm
worked
really
with
from.
some of your teachers. All these,
What are we writing on here?
Teacher training. So happy to have you. So you kind of feel better when you're already building, but they're doing high interviews. So really quickly, I'll give you a little bit of insight. They each had 2 minutes to just jot down what brings you joy. Okay? Anything. Education related, not education. Anything that brings you joy. What takes your joy away. 2 minutes each. So you can kind of envision what your ideas would have been and what other,
And that's fine!
participants would
It
have.
actually gave me an extra minute because we're playing with technology.
The reason it's so lively right now is because they had to conduct 2
All right.
interviews.
Head back to your
So now you're kind of walking into
Now we're going to do some rapid fire brainstorming ideating.
Okay.
Sorry, what are your names?
I'm Julie
Julie, last name?
Williams.
Julie Williams.
All right.
Okay, come from here.
We're going to give you some material. There should be some materials nearby if you don't have it already.
You're all
Okay.
set.
You got a manila folder. Each person, each individual, it's 1 manila folder. Legal size.
We'll take that.
Letter size. You got 4 paper clips. Very important.
What's your,
Four
Julie, what's your email?
JWilliams@skipper.org.
The other materials that
you're all
will be
set.
available to you will
Amanda
be
registered.
Yeah, it was under a different name, so it's fine.
markers,
Thank you so much.
and scissors. Those are the other materials you'll have available to you for this flash lab. If you need more material than what you have, you will need to collaborate with somebody. If you want more paper clips, you'll need to collaborate with somebody. Okay? Here's what you're going to do. You are going to have, in a few moments, you're going to have just a very short amount of time to actually build something that brings another person joy. Consider one of your users that you just talked to. You're going to try to bring them joy by building something out of a manila folder, 4 paper clips, and the truth. Okay? So that's what you're going to be. Oh, sorry, that's my 3 boards. And the truth.
Thanks for joining us.
But before we start making, we're going to brainstorm using this design sprint technique called Create. Okay? This little box here. We're going to give you 2 minutes. You only have 2 minutes to come up with 8 ideas. What might you make? Your only goal for this is to fill every box with something. Some sort of an idea. Ready? Go! What might you make out of the materials that we told you you're going to get to use? That will bring that other person joy. We've only got 2 minutes. Fill in every box. You can doodle, you can write, do anything you want in that space.
So they got the direct communication. They can chat.
I can open the chat box.
You can just try to do this.
You listen to it yet? You listen to the first one, the second one.
How much time we have? 37 seconds. 37 seconds. Get that 8th idea down. Even just a word. A word can be the start of something huge. A doodle, a drawing,
They call it. It's the first one's like the doo-doos.
a shape.
Don't
Try to fill in that 8th box.
use and don't.
I just know they say doo-doo.
Yeah.
They say do it makes me think. I just got a actual map saying, hey, you check it today. Look for you for the podcast.
All right, that's time. I know today we're going to drive you crazy with timing. Time is an opportunity. Time constraints are opportunities. They push you and force you to just try something. Because today, The stakes are super low. They're super low. Like nothing you say today has to like exist longer than today if you don't want it to. It's okay. It is all right. Okay? But use the frustration that I know I feel when someone's going like, and I need another 30 seconds. It's okay. It's okay today. It's totally okay. Now, you have 10 minutes to make. You've got the materials there. You can use that 10 minutes however you want. We've got, we'll bring tape around and we'll distribute scissors and tape. And we've got markers and we've got colored pencils.
We're making one thing.
Your goal is to make one thing. Make one thing to bring that user joy. Bring joy to that user.
That is very
That would bring me to it. That would bring me to it. But really, like,
Yeah, regular pencil. Who does? Hey, sure.
10 minutes starting now, Dan?
yeah. It's just a TV.
Especially for the EdCamp rule of thumb.
Yeah, if you can get the percentage of your registration going,
Yeah.
you're in the mid 30s for registration, so
Yeah.
good.
We need it. All right, so I get through this. So you guys just yeah.
Yes.
Like, is it okay if I answer yes?
I know. Oh.
People are building right now, Sally. They're making things. One of the students are trying to make things that make other people happy.
I did greenhouses with Carolina.
You guys can totally be lost. Like, ask questions of what the adults are doing. Just be nosy. But just be respectful. And go play.
I love that idea.
Whether or not I can. What I know exactly is.
Yeah, hey, it's all good. You have a vision.
We'll see if I have.
That's right.
But it's about this.
We are building. We're building.
How do we avoid politics? You have, I feel like if you have rules, yeah, you have rules. You know, you can make sure $1 million. That's great, but that's.
Is there using that?
I just think the state is more.
Then 6 minutes? Nice. Very nice.
It's not for me.
All right.
Try to make somebody else.
By the way, if you're watching this here, you can also be watching. We're broadcasting live on the internet all day today at Camp How Might We, broadcasting live on Google Hangout. So look for us there. Look up Matt Drewette-Card. Look up at Drewette-Card on your social medias. And you'll find it there.
I think his face is just.
All right, lots of building, lots of creating.
Let's just do the kind of did. I really need to.
This one. Hit the save to device that never shows up on my phone.
Oh, I forgot to do that.
So when so there's a guy who showed me how to, if you think to do it, you can screencast, you can screen capture, watch it on your laptop, and then screen capture that, and then you have it.
That seems like an unnecessary hack.
Well, that's why catch existed and then doesn't.
That's why 7 was.
Oh, yes.
I was like, okay.
Oh, it's amazing. No, it is.
Super artsy.
No, it doesn't have to be super artsy. It's enjoyable. You guys understand, you can think about what features would you add to it.
I got one.
Well, the prototype names have more. Something.
Misogyny is not. Yeah, then there's.
You know, not seeing who there was a tool. See why it was.
The sexism is silent. Misogyny, the sexism is silent.
So much awesome. What's that?
How caffeinated should you
I'm not using that.
I'm usually not allowed to.
Slide through it.
I love my,
Because I like.
I love my
Yeah, we need to do paper cuts and straighten that out.
Do I have enough time right now? They're working. We're getting out of this space. We're keeping productions and stuff. Okay. We read the item videos last night. Oh yeah, this person. Two-minute warning.
I have no idea.
I have a lot.
Again, Google's the worst. Let's go to the video.
Yeah.
So I need to try to download
Well, what's the
Whoever's wearing.
what's the URL? Can you send me the URL?
I'm actually trying to figure out. I mean, technically, send me the URL.
Folks, we're about a minute.
What's that?
That.
No, I think it's.
We'll finish up a minute. We'll finish up a minute. Let's say you have a minute, and then I'm like, 10 seconds. Time is a construct. Right? Time is a construct.
Everything's a construct. Humanity is a construct. Empathy is a construct.
We need to go run stairs. Designing
It's not
All right. Take a moment. Take a moment to document that which you made. If you have any sort of picture-taking device, you might want to. If you don't, you might want to encourage a neighbor to take a picture of it. Part of you might be saying, "Why would I want you to do this?" You do, trust me, want this.
So like Periscope.
We'll love it.
And if you document and you use social media, Twitter, all hashtag EdCamp.
Yes. If you have any sort of social media, put the hashtag EdCamp, how might we? HMW.
Sharing your genius.
Be proud of it. Coolness. There's just so many people. Oh, I love this challenge.
She's a freshman.
So much fun. Oh, it's fine. It brings you joy. That brings Okay, now the real moment of truth is you need to go share your construct with your partner or the person that you designed for, the person that you were designing for. You go share it and see if it brings them joy. So let's go find out. Go find out. Go find out if it brings them joy. You got yeah. Go take a look. Have a conversation.
Oh man.
This is awesome. other words, are you going to give or are you going to still hold on to it? All right, so make sure you're giving the other. We're trying later. No, keep what you did now. This part goes a little, this last phase is always a little funky when, because I'd like to have you emphasize more people and then you design it, people are like, no, I think you can be sad. So just remember, you just made someone else sad by designing. No, I just right? You have a choice. This is where you have a choice. The last, I looked at your next page in your packet. I looked at the packet. You should have a sheet that says rosebud thorns. Okay. You have a choice right now how you want to approach this last part of the flash lab. You may either focus on that which you designed, so you're reflecting on your own process of creating and meeting the needs of another, or you focus on that which you were just given. Some of you may not have a choice. Some of you may only have one option here. But so your third choice, you don't want to focus on the object or the process of creating. You can reflect on just the process you just did. Okay? So you got three options: the product that you were given, the product you created, or the process as a total to reflect on with rose thorn bud here on the page, but I just call it rose thorn. Roses are things that are beautiful and wonderful and awesome and great and fantastic sauce about the design. Thorns are those things you're like, oh, it's just, this part was not good for me, or I'm looking at that thing, I'm like, it's so cool, but, or I made it, but I know that this thing doesn't do what I wanted it to do, it doesn't quite, that's a thorn. Buds are opportunities. Oh, if only I had more time, what we could do with it. Or, oh, I could see how we could use this in this context. Or, if we made 9 of these, or whatever it is. The idea is the what if, the opportunity to continue to think. Okay? Take 2 minutes, rosebud thorn, either the process, the product you designed, or the product that was designed for you. Skill. $30 more seconds. See if you can get some bit of reflection in each column. See if you can find a rose, see if you can find a bud, see if you can find a thorn. Okay. Give yourselves a round of applause. You just did your first design challenge. Yay! That was awesome. So very quickly, let's just do a quick notice, wish, wonder protocol, which is another feedback protocol you can use about the process you just went through in that last half hour. What's something that you noticed? Very little talent.
Not like with building, and that's fine. Like, I don't have it's to collaborate with somebody with more talent.
Cool. Well, collaboration, right?
That's what I'm going to say. I noticed how much everybody was eager to know what everybody else was doing.
Nice. Like no, like these were not like closed processes, right? Everyone was kind of talking, sharing. Excellent.
I love the idea of just taking like abstract concept and being forced to actualize it.
Awesome. The actual like having a product.
Reading
right?
symbol of it.
Something, right?
Yeah.
Something tangible.
Yeah.
Right? Any wishes? Anything you're like, oh, I wish we had more time. Everybody, right? How many people wish they had more time? Because it's okay. Like you're like, oh, with another 30 seconds. Oh, with another 3 minutes. Oh, with another week. Right? Any wonders? Anybody wondering anything?
I was just thinking about the difference between older elementary kids, high school kids. As you get older, we all start to think we have more talent and can't draw anything. But the time for me was, I guess I would statement, but I would wonder how this would impact high school students if you did this with them and limited their time. How would that would help prevent some of that self-restriction?
It's glorious. That's exactly what it does. I do this. This is I use this at the beginning of the year. Last 3 years, I've used this as like one of my first opening day activities, if not the first day, like day 2. And I work with freshmen through seniors, and the time constraint, like by putting that on them, then there's that like you can't be a good artist. You don't have time to be a good artist. You have time to be a good thinker and empathetic thinker and a creator and a maker really fast, and at the same time they get so silly and ridiculous, and it's great the stuff that comes out of them. And one time I made the mistake. I feel like it was a mistake anyway. I'm giving them much more time. I gave like an entire class period. I divided the stages up. It didn't produce anything better than when I gave them a half an hour. Like, in fact, it made it kind of worse because more kids opted out and they had that time to opt.
I was just wondering about doing this with my third graders at the beginning of the year. But I see it more valuable for my group at the end of the year. What they can learn about something different if they have learned.
Well, what if you did both? And what if they documented both? You could kind of see, like, or what if it was like instead of a report card, you got a manila folder and 4 paper clips. Like, what have you learned so far, right? Make it. Cool.
You get to know other people, you get to know your classmates, you get to know people.
Yeah, and it's a little vulnerability. Try to, yeah.
I wonder, what if you had a different station, like what if in the room, every table had different supplies? Would it change it too much, or is it good, like?
Why not? Try it, see what happens.
I think that would make the kids talk to each other
Okay,
about, oh, I need this material to make it, so I need to go ask them.
yeah, I wish I had.
Or
I
trade, trade.
Right? For trade, I do an Oreo challenge, another activity, and the kids will often say, "Oh, can I have 2 Oreos?" And only if you collaborate. You have to build something together with someone else. And it can't be like, "Well, I just want the other part of it." No. You guys gotta work together to make something, and then you can too.
What happens if what happens if one kid is the person that when I think about it,
Yeah. And there are different, think about, I've had different groups of kids at different times and gotten a sense of them early. So I don't do this like the first thing, I'll do it like 1, maybe 2, so that you get a little sense. But the other thing is I had you empathize with 2 people, you can always do like, okay, just one, and you gotta make for your user. We've also made them for, they've gone, I mean, I'm in a high school that has a space, we have this food court, so we've had kids go to the food court and find someone there, and empathize there, and make something for someone there, bring it back to them, and go back to the work, and go back. So there's all sorts of variables you can put on it and spins on it. The idea at the core is design for someone else, make something tangible, bring someone else to it. Do those three things, everything else works out pretty well. Cool. Awesome. Let all of that thinking still like digest, because the type of thinking you just did in a very short amount of time is what we're going to use. We're going to use that same process, use some other tools, some other protocols to help us solve some of the problems up here, some of the problems maybe that people are still thinking about, but start working towards building actual solutions. And we're going to be building physical prototypes to represent the solutions. So there's something I'm really glad that I mentioned about the idea of taking something that's abstract in your head, just an idea, and building on something you can touch, you can look at, you can interact with. Even if your final product isn't going to be something that scale, or is actually just going to be a concept or a program or a process that you're designing, having something physical to look at changes how we think about it. We've got a bunch of introductions to do, and I need to shut up. So I will talk forever. I love this stuff. So real quick, I'm Dan Ryder. I teach English at Mount Blue campus over in Farmington, and I do workshops similar to the one you just did all over the place. And I love design thinking. It completely transformed everything about my classroom really quickly in the space of learning about it during the summer. And then that fall, boom, 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 boom. DT is how I teach literature, is how I teach all sorts of humanities, all sorts of things. So I absolutely love what I do, and you're going to hear from me later. Audrey.
I'm Audrey Auclair. I teach at Aurora High School. I live in Newburgh. That's short term though. I'll be moving to Fayette in June with my little family. So my two children are poking around here. Feel free to empathize with them if you want to pull them into some of your work throughout the day, whatever. I'm really happy to have you here. My mother-in-law's here, so that makes me super excited that she gets to learn with you and support me at the same time. So, and hopefully I can support her. So, anything else you want to talk about? Need to talk about? No?
Nope.
I'm John Pratt. I am the assistant for academics at Foxcroft Academy, former life science teacher, and have started very kind of just getting past maybe the novice stage with design thinking, using it, actually trying to apply it to professional development.
I'm Erin Morrell. I'm an English teacher at Marina Cook High School in Reedfield, which is in the middle of the woods, which is great. And I also just got started with design thinking, but I just have completely, I'm building a house on this bandwagon. So I love it, it's great.
I'm Hannah Walden. I teach social studies at Maine Central Institute in Pittsfield. And next year I'm transitioning to teach computer science completely at MCI. I started with design thinking last year. I met Dan, did kind of what you guys have done, and plugged it right into my personal finance class that I was teaching, figured it out, loved it. So next year when I'm teaching computer science, I plan to use it even more, particularly with app development and how we think of the end user. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Matt, Drewette-Card. I'm the Curriculum Instruction Assessment Coordinator for AOS 94. So if you don't know where that is, it's centered up Dexter. We're here, John. I've been, we do a lot of work. I'm taking design thinking from the more of a district leadership perspective, and looking at it from there. I've only been working with it for a couple of years now. Again, thanks to Dan. I connect with him on Twitter. But what I have found is that it is probably the best way of collaboratively problem solving and really getting to the heart where instead of doing it top-down approach of collaborative problem solving, it's really more getting to the heart of what the needs are, not just what we think the needs are. It's getting from perception to more reality.
So we've got a day ahead of you. We're also doing this EdCamp style.
Yeah.
So what that means is, anybody been to an EdCamp? I don't know people who organize EdCamps here. Like there's people who have been, people who have organized, right? So for people who haven't been to an EdCamp is by a few basic principles. One, it's got to be free. Yay, we did that part. Two, the participants need to determine what the agenda looks like for the day. And three, you need to be able to rule with your feet, meaning you need to be able to move between spaces whenever it's feeling right to you. If the topic isn't working for you, then you go and you move to somewhere else and take that on and embrace change all you like and take care of your own needs all you like over the space of the day. So those are the three basic principles. Am I leaving any out?
No, that's it.
Is that
No, and there's no egos when you do vote with your feet. So it's not about hurting feelings. Don't stay put if it doesn't feel good.
Exactly. Now we're marrying that with the idea that we're trying to help people get comfortable with design thinking process. So we're trying to work two things that we think will work well together into something that isn't completely chaotic, but has some structure, but still allows for that voice and choice throughout the day. So at any point you have any questions, ask any one of us. We're your design coaches and team for the day. And if you're like, is it okay if the answer will probably be yes. I might just say no to be a jerk, but the chances are it's going to be yes. It's all right if we have these split your groups. If we have you really need to work on this thing. Go for it, do it. You need help? Yeah, we could really use someone to like kibitz with. Okay, one of us will come and kibitz with you and work with you and help out in any way that we can. Our goal over the space of the day is we're going to go through these kind of like big half-hour, 45-minute chunks of the day, focus on each phase. Discover, empathize, experiment, and produce. Deep is one brand of design thinking. There are a lot of different types of design thinking processes. Stanford D School has one. IDEO, the big design firm, has one. The Wava Institute has one. There's one from Notosh, is down in Australia. They have one. I could keep listing. The Henry Ford Institute has one. If you look up design thinking, you're going to find a lot of different looks. The reason why we use deep, and the reason why I'm kind of hustling with deep, it was designed by Mary Cantwell, who's down in Atlanta, Georgia. And it was designed with the intention of working with second and third graders and first graders. Early education. It's because she fell in love with design thinking, but wanted her students to be able to do it. So she came up with this acronym and this distilling of some really complex processes and tried to get it down to a 4-stage process so that they could memorize the stages. She could easily explain it to them. It created a nice like underwater metaphor, so she could use that and play those spaces. And since then, it's really scaled out and we're using it a pre-K through post-grad. There are people using the deep design process. I like it for all those reasons. I can use it with anybody. My staff can understand it. My students can understand it. People I'm working with can understand it. And it's only 4 stages. If you look up those others, you'll find like 9-stage processes, 11-stage processes, and there's nothing wrong with them. What she did was took everything, kind of broke it down and said, you know what? All of that is kind of discovery. All of that is kind of empathy. All of that is kind of experimentation, no matter what you want to call the names and whatever you want to use for your chart. So that's what we're going to do with you today. The problems you're going to tackle are going to be completely generated by you folks. We started with a little brainstorming here, and we're going to do some. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of the way here in a minute. We're going to you folks take a look and see what's up here. Maybe we can move these around. Space. Oh, you know what we could do? We put these out in the entryway. Maybe against that wall to make it a little easier to see. And it's really warm in here. Yeah, I think it's because I'm talking. A lot hotter. What we want to try to determine are what are some of the problems. We thought we would start with identifying 5 to start with that we want to tackle. It may be a problem that you brought with you that you're like, you've got a team of people with you. You're like, oh, we really want to run with this idea. And anyone can come and join any group. That's kind of we want to maintain non-exclusivity. So we benefit from sharing ideas and such. You may want to bring, when you go into this protocol, you may want to bring post-it notes with you and something to write with so you can add more. So we can get some ideas up there and we'll try to distill down and figure out here in these next 10 minutes what our topics are and what our teams, so to speak, are going to look like, and then making things and more over the space for that. All right. So let's go out there. Oh, yes. We got lots of other businessy type things, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt.
So a couple of things about the space.
Yes.
One, bathrooms are right over there. Okay. To the right.
Moving to the right.
That's good because everything I own is in a box to the left.
Bathrooms over there. We can basically spread out, once we get back to our ideas, we can basically spread out throughout most of this building. There are some rooms we'll have that we can talk about in a little bit, and we can actually go out for specific breakout rooms that are ours. But most importantly, bathrooms are over there. Water fountains over there. Also, if you could take some time today, during the day, and thank our sponsors for this. EdCamp, as Dan said, cannot happen without sponsorship. So like Maine Education Association, the Maine Discovery Museum for giving us the space, Blaze for the pizzas coming later, Bagel Central for the coffee and for the bagels this morning.
So Sweet Bakery, which will be delivering amazing cupcakes in like 10 minutes.
Cupcakes. Some yahoos who kind of put on this other EdCamp proficiency-based learning called Moose Camp, which will be centered out of Foxtrot Academy this year. They're sponsoring this. I don't know who they are. Crazy guys. But who am I forgetting?
We said Bagel Central, I think we're good.
Okay. But if you could just.
And the EdCamp Foundation.
The EdCamp Foundation, thank you. And Barrett Cantwell, and they're helping else out, like letting us use their stuff and whatnot. So
if you can shoot a Facebook message, a Facebook post that just says, "Hey, thank you, Blaze, thank you, MEA, thank you," and just tag them in it, it would mean a ton to us.
Yes.
And it means a ton to them.
Because again, EdCamps can't happen without that support of people, and of course, thank you for spending the day.
Yes, thank you guys. So, do we have any other businessy type things?
If you haven't checked in with me yet, make sure you do. I have a picture of your email address so I can get you the certificate at the end of the day. And there are micro-credentials to be earned on the resource page, and everything that we do here today is accessible on the website as well.
And we'll end the day with more fabulous prizes.
We do have prizes. We have swag.
We do have some swag. We have swag and we have swag. Thanks, prizes.
Yeah.
These sponsors. So, all right.
All right, we're good.
Cool.
Cool.
To clarify.
Yes.
The museum can be open.
Oh, yeah, that's another businessy thing.
Yes.
Sorry, that was a crucial point. The museum at about 10 minutes is going to open to the public. Okay? So we're going to be breaking out and doing our stuff and spaces into places where there will be people. And there will be kids. And there will be kids. My kids are coming to play all day. They'll be here in probably about 25 minutes. And so
I to stay away.
you'll know mine by the yelling. And the screaming from the adults running away from them because they will just terrorize, which I love. But part of what we wanted to make happen about today, since this design thinking is really, as Dan said so eloquently, people-centered or human-centered problem solving, empathy field problem solving. We want you to, when you're doing your empathy, find people, talk to people. If there are kids out there, you're designing something for kids, and there are kids here, let's talk to them. Let's see if they're willing to engage.
Yeah, feel free to talk to people. It's like, ask questions.
Yes, please talk to parents first.
The nondescript white bands.
That's why the name tags are.
Make sure your name tags are highlighted.
Put an EdCamp sticker on there. That's fine. Yeah, that shows that you're from here.
So,
I think that's it for business stuff.
okay.
I think.
Unless you have any questions, is there anything that you're feeling underprepared for or uninformed? Okay.
Sweet. All right, so just quick clarification. We're gonna go out and look at the possible problems. Our goal is within the next 10 minutes to try to determine what we want our 5 kind of starter topics to be, and then it can evolve over the space of that. So if you've got ideas for other problems that you might want to solve, or groups that you think would be really interesting, what if we had a group working on this design challenge and that design challenge, that would be fantastic. Okay, put them up there and let's see if we can figure out what we're going to work on today. We'll come back in here, determine our 5 groups, and then we'll spread out through the whole building.
We'll go.
Okay, so go ahead and start taking a look. Looking for trends, we're looking for.
Tons of coffee.
Tons of coffee and bagels.
How might we?
I have a question for you as you wrap this whole right. Have you guys already done that at camp for proficiency-based learning?
No, it's coming up in June.
Oh,
June
really?
21st.
And where is it? Sounds like it's
Do you know
far.
where Dover Foxcroft is? It's about 40 miles from here.
Never, well, I've sort of heard of it. I'm actually in Farmington, but I'm
Oh,
trying
it's
to
about-
learn.
It's about an hour and a half drive from Farmington.
Okay, that's worth it.
Hour and a half, hour and 15.
And okay, wait, I wrote down myself a note already. I'm like, wow, I gotta learn about this. Okay, and when did you say is June what?
I said June 21st.
That works. Is it on, like, what would I look up to find it on Facebook or?
We are definitely on Twitter.
Okay, I don't do Twitter very well.
Okay.
Well, let me know later, because I'd like to sign up.
Absolutely.
So it's June 21st,
I should know this off the top of my
and it's
head.
Dover. Where's Dover Foxcroft near? Nothing. Is it north of here or?
Yes, it's northwest of here. If you were to
Okay.
take Broadway
And keep going.
I've
Keep
lived.
going.
Keep
Just
going.
keep going. I've
Keep
lived.
going.
I should tell you, I've been to Bangor twice.
Okay.
Last 2 weeks.
Sure.
I've driven through it, but that's it.
So from Farmington, you come over to like Skowhegan.
Oh,
Kind of
yep.
keep going east from there.
Yeah, go up through Newport would be easiest.
Leadership team.
Oh,
Take Green all the way to Newport.
Okay.
And
I'll
then
find
take
it. I was just
Route
kind of
7
curious, like,
up
and it
to
was like,
Foxcroft.
so it's kind of north of Farmington, sort of northeast of Farmington.
He goes,
Yes.
Northeast.
what
Okay.
anniversary?
Not much north,
Perfect.
actually.
But it's gonna be up, okay, northeast.
Northeast.
Okay, so it's gonna be about proficiency-based learning now? Oh, that'll be great.
It'll be camp style like this,
Yeah.
but also like this, that it's very focused on a topic, whereas
Okay.
many ed camps are just like
Yeah.
wide open.
Yeah.
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 It doesn't say on your Twitter page when it is.
Hold on, let me.
21st, he says.
I should really know.
Maybe. It's all right. I know you're like, hey, buddy, don't be advertising if you want.
But my daughter, my
Whoa.
11-year-old went with me last year
Really?
to Moose Camp, and like if I could have brought her today, if it wasn't so early, she would have
Oh, we
loved
have
it.
to update.
Oh, yeah, today would have been great because you could sort of run around.
She is very into vote with your feet. She thinks that school should be run that way.
Hello. Hello.
That
Yeah, right.
that you should be able
Don't
to
wish.
vote with your feet.
June 21st, and it's we're hosting it at Foxcroft Academy.
Awesome.
At Foxcroft.
Great, great.
And
I'm in town, I'll be there.
so we need to update our profile on Twitter, but
Okay.
the website is
Okay.
moosecampPB.weebly.com.
Okay, I'll find it.
Yeah.
Because I wrote down Moose Camp. If I can't find it, I'll let you know.
One I went
Yeah.
to was
Okay, cool.
But
Cool.
we're
Last
open
year,
for
yeah.
signups right now. So
I'm actually
A lot of
an
the
assistant
teachers
professor,
were
and I'm new
there.
to
And
Maine.
so-
I need to know.
And I teach special ed, so a lady from
They
was
were
there.
like,
and she said,
yeah, we
"You're the
do
best of all
TV.
worlds, special ed.
Holy
is
gross.
this."
So
And
peanut butter
so-
and what?
And I still, yeah, I'm like,
She's
what
like,
is that? And I still feel like, I'm like, I'm not doing it just, and actually, I have a friend a colleague who is, she's doing some
Really
of her
there,
courses
go.
with proficiency based.
Oh, nice.
It's really cool, but I'm not ready to do that.
Sure.
I'm gonna try maybe,
Yeah.
because I have one class where I have a really low enrollment, and it's a small class, it's all seniors, they know me, and I was like, I could be like, look, here's the deal.
Yeah, we're
I
gonna
try this, could be scary because I don't even know what it is,
So
but
what program are you in? Are you in at Farmington?
I'm a farmer.
Yeah.
But I'm in elementary, sort of. I have like 1 foot in early childhood and 1 foot in elementary.
Okay.
because I teach literacy, and they needed somebody to teach like the birth through 5 and the K-3.
Yep.
So that's what I do. But I also, but I've only been there a year and a half, so I'm still trying to like figure out Maine,
Sure.
which is so different
I've lived here
from
my whole life,
Vegas.
and I'm still.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a little different. I like it a lot. I'm in the right
Maine's
place.
awesome.
but-
Maine's awesome.
Yeah, I actually worked here for a summer quite a few years ago, and as a new teacher. But,
Yep.
yeah, so cool. Thank you. I'll have to tell some people about that
So
too.
we'll make sure. Well, basically, if we have time today, we can get you signed up.
That'd be great.
And that
Yeah,
way-
I can't bring my. It's so stupid. I was like, oh, I don't need my iPad.
We can use one of our.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I have my phone, but I don't.
Yeah.
So good on that sometimes. Okay. Cool. If not, I'll sign up when I get home for sure.
Yep.
I'll let some people know about it too. I have a lot of students that like try to go to these, but I was a little disappointed in my club. None of them came today. I was like, oh, sometimes it's too much. Thank you.
What is your level of crazy? It's really hard to leave. So that just It's hard for me to leave my little school with maybe not longing for this world, but oh, I love you.
What day is that?
What is that?
School right now. I can't
Right. Our last day is the Tuesday. Because we had 2 Sundays.
Oh, wow. So this is Tuesday.
Right. So it's Tuesday the 21st.
Yeah. So that Tuesday after we get out.
Yeah.
When do you guys get out?
We're done on the 14th.
Oh, bless you. We're on the 17th.
We only had 2 snow days this year.
Now, we actually didn't plan for snow days this year because our board was like, well, we haven't used them all in the past few years, so we're just not going to put any into the schedule. So then if we use any snow days, then we'll go. It was like one day. Okay, so we're supposed to get out the 14th, and then we use those 3 snow days, and now we're at 17th. So a tornado could come, anything could happen. We're not taking another day off for anything because we're not going around the corner.
And then we had to.
Oh yeah, my God, that's danger.
Dang it, you ruined it. It was going to be hilarious. Someone wants a Denver? No.
So when are you opening registration?
Bigger fish to fry.
It's open now.
It's open now?
Yes.
Yep.
It was so funny because she was the only kid there. She loved it.
Nice.
She asked.
I do remember that your daughter was there.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome.
She loved
Which is
it.
why I'm
She
so
liked it. She
excited.
was like, that's the way all schools are.
And this is a huge opportunity today.
Yeah.
The more we can help our target user is our kids.
Yeah.
Carl Hooker is.
Maybe we talk to them.
Maybe we
I don't know. Maybe.
Honestly, because I know him.
It was funny because we went to the one Wayne
Contact there, but
and
he's really good. I mean,
she and her father got so banging around Portland all day, but she's like,
yeah, I mean, they do it all.
oh, yeah, she should just go with you. And I should just let
And even
dad
when I
go.
get emails on your history, I'm not sure it's him. Yeah.
Right.
So
It'll be really like going there.
Yeah, I'd love to go to ST, but it's yeah. And then I'd like to go
she let you know.
yeah, there's so many good things I want to do, but a lot of it's location. But just to meet them, so sweet.
Do you have Spiro?
Well, I am, but I do. Yeah, but she's on Facebook when I go out. But I don't know if you'll be able to tackle them. We've got Spiros, we've got
Nice.
so sweet. And we got them together.
And the tickle. Yeah.
Matt, those are just notes for later.
I want to send it off so that
The other thing I've always done is we all have to put together
No.
So we'll check it over there.
You know, like a band, like a choreographed, stuff that would be like celebrate. You know, especially with like college, especially because you could turn the lights off and you could do that.
Yeah, they're fun. Yeah, my coding kids this year, had this big chapter on it. The liberty groups was heroes descending through off. It's really funny. I did it. You know, it was great because that's not really.
Well, plus I think what they don't realize is it's, I mean, it's easy. But they don't realize that when they put up that contrast, and then I'll share out.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden they start realizing it's a little
She ran against my daughter. I love you. Thank you. Sally, hello. Sally. Does this work? Are you sure that works? And you can do it with your heart. Probably there.
Oh, so sweet.
Jules, you got a picture of those? Yes. Okay, so these are filled with a spicy ganache, chocolate ganache. These are filled, chocolate filled with pear, vanilla filled with raspberry, vanilla filled with blueberry. These are here.
Alright, let's see if we can make some decisions.
Tim, I'm gonna go here.
Everything just got
Cupcakes are there. Brody. Yeah, I'm still cupcakes are here. It's party. This is an education event. We're a bunch of teachers. Okay, Sally, you're all on last night. Clap a cupcake? Yes, you can have a cupcake. Sally, do you want a cupcake? No, thank you.
No. Are we doing that?
Yeah. Maybe it'd be really great. This person.
Really old elementary.
Yeah, you can hear me clap once. Hear me clap twice. Cool. Sorry. Just clapping. Oh, these are really tiny post-it notes. So we did some trend sorting up there. So what you just went through, I didn't give a change to it when you were doing it. But In design thinking, you're often looking at trends. It's a big game of identify where the flow is headed, and see if you can find the commonalities and also the outliers. And kind of like awaken the next level. So sometimes what you want is see where where everything is moving. And you want to get into that stream. That's going to help you out. Oh, good. We're all collectively moving this way. Yay! And sometimes you want to have that opportunity to say, oh, wait, there's this thing that sits outside of it, and that's actually, that might have the most insight. Just kind of like what we were talking about. So you can call that an affinity sort. You can call it mapping. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But going through a process like that, where it's early in the process of discovering your problem and understanding your problem, is incredibly insightful, incredibly helpful. And it's worth doing. You're working with students, with any age student. You're trying to figure out, well, what are the possibilities? You're doing brainstorming. I highly encourage doing a process similar to that, where they get their ideas out and then physically move them around and play in the space of, well, what if we put these ideas together? What if we mix them this way? Because it's also fascinating to see the trends that a student or even a team, a group of adults, how they naturally kind of organize things, how they organize them. I give my students that type of top, hey, organize these. I get them alphabetically. Why is it alphabetical order? Right? Like, guys, is that helpful at all? Like, but it makes sense to them, right? Or they put together light colors. We're all looking at those were all done with marker and these were all done with pencil. But again, how is this? And we have to have that conversation about look at the ideas, look at the content. Dig deeper. It looks like we've got 6 ideas. One is what if a large number of folks interested in looking at PBE systems. How might we developing a question around how might we develop a better system for proficiency-based education? How might we manage it? How might we support it? Whatever that might look like. We've got people interested in integrated and experiential learning. So finding a way to, like, the impression we were getting up there was a lot of interdisciplinary thinking, but also the idea of getting outside the classroom. A lot of interest in integrating technology in useful, effective, important ways. Student engagement, how might we get our students more engaged in our learning? I can already see like some of these might be thinking over. That's good. That's a good thing. This is good. So we can groups and the solutions that we're creating. Community parent engagement. How might we get the parents involved, community more involved? And then this was our outlier, is designing a space and a curriculum around making and designing, and starting a maker lab, starting a design program. We've got a team from MBI that's actually working on that. They're going to be working on that challenge for these spaces today, and other folks getting involved in that. So those are our 6. How is that feeling? Is that seems like I'm seeing a lot of nods. So I'm most of my people going, oh crap, there's like 3 topics, there's 3 problems I have to work on. Guess what? It's EdCamp. So guess what you can do? Work on all of them. You can float between them. You can go between the spaces. You can stick with one to do the deep dive, or you can kind of go shallow into a bunch of them and go, all right, hey, cool. I waited in this for a while, and now I'm going to go jump over into this idea and come back and check on it later. And maybe something's going to fall to the wayside, or maybe something new is going to emerge. It's all good. It all works together. We've got to get ourselves a little more focused.
I'm going to recommend one thing for this for the topics. I'd like to see if we can put both the topics of engagement into the snack room. Because we have a parent and community engagement, we have a student engagement piece, and I can see very clearly those 2 things bleeding into each other almost flawlessly. It's a big enough space that we can spread out, 2 groups can spread out a little bit, but when it comes to a point you can see each other and possibly transition in. Does that sound okay to folks? Parent community engagement and student engagement. Since we're all talking about the word engagement, we'll just put them both. On your tables, there are maps of the space of the museum. That work?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. I'm thinking maybe the maker space.
In the art
The
studio.
art studio.
Or the
maker space.
Either one.
Art studio had doors and is
Jason.
near the tinker space, so
That's
let's
Jason, yeah.
start in the art studio. Does that feel good?
Yeah. You guys want to talk about what your plans are, what you're thinking is? Mark,
Just the place that we're at is, we really have a lot of support in our school. We are kind of trying to come up with a single course to start with. We're really looking to start a framework. I mean, right now, I know each one of us is kind of in a different place about our own thinking, but where we are collectively as a group is really coming up with what I consider a framework for not only space, but idea, about where we are
teaching design, and design is working on maker oriented, right? So, yeah, and all the buildings with extreme content and
Stemming from innovation engineering.
awesome. So working on that in
Art studio.
the art studio, which is like right outside the thing. Lots of cool. Let's put tech integration into a place. Keep going.
Tech integration.
Baseball diamond is super cool. Have you seen this space? Have you seen this baseball diamond? It's great.
All right. Integrated experiential learning.
Well, if we're going to want to put that in the makerspace too.
Sure. Actually, that'd be a really smart place about it. And then PBE systems.
Let's just do that here.
Okay.
And the tinker space, if that ends up feeling not private enough, because that is going to be a pretty active space for kids, and so yes, we want you, intermingling and communicating with kids and families and stuff. But if you do need an adult space too, the birthday party room B, make sure you don't mix them up because birthday party room A is booked solid. But birthday party room B will be open and available. Yeah.
And you don't have to feel confined to any one of those things. You're basic, you kind of know where people are. But if you're like, oh, there's no one, like, there's tons of kids right here, but there's no one here. Oh, no.
Yeah, we
Like,
have complete
take your
freedom.
Wow, we're doing so much better all the time. So much better. Because we're to discovery. We're there. So, you got this packet with you.
So for us,
We're going to grab this packet.
they're going to grab packets.
And you go to your next page after that
So
rosebud, you'll
make
want-
sure we grab art paper, some sticky notes, some markers, and just evaluate the room and see things like.
This is where the day is going to get a little messy, and that's okay because that's how design works. Okay, and I know, like, I'm one of those weird people that I'm a concrete random, so which is rare. I understand. I like to know what I'm supposed to do, but it's weird inability to follow routines. So design thinking works really well for me because I get freaked out if I have no idea where we're going. But I'm okay with the, like, that's going to be a little messy step in there. So I can know where we're headed, right? Your goal today, our goal as a team for you folks is for you to walk out feeling like two things. One, that you have an idea of how the process works. But two, that you feel like you have some actionable product that you're walking away with that you're like, yes, I can, like, I've got the nugget, I've got a piece, I've got something that doesn't have to end today, that I can keep working on if I want to keep going, that I can engage more people with, that I can keep going. So we want you to walk away feeling like, hey, I spent my Saturday making something that matters. That's important to us. So however we end up getting to those places is an okay process to get there. The first thing that's going to need to happen with those groups, we need 6 groups, so I think I'm probably going to gravitate towards those guys. But we're each going to be kind of with a group.
I'd like to gravitate towards the parent community, that's okay.
And we're going to kind of walk you through the process. The first thing that needs to happen when you get together in that group is you've got to determine your how might mistake. You've got to figure out what is the problem that you want to handle. So it doesn't have to be complex, it's going to be complicated. And you need to have that common direction. Because right now these are just topics. These aren't problems. Okay. We want to get to a place where you're like, the problem that we're dealing with is how might we, and it could be how might we engage parents? How might we better engage parents? That's fine. That's great. You might just get resolved parents' problems within that. Okay. That's right too, right? And you might find out like how might we engage parents after school, or how might we engage parents? But you might want to narrow it because it's so big. That's okay. How might we design this space? But you've got to get to a place where you have a how might we statement, because then you can start using the tools in the packet in discovery phase. We've got about a half an hour to 40 minutes for each phase. You don't have to stay in that. You can borrow another time. It's all right. It's okay. We're going to break for lunch at noon. Here. We're going to eat here. And you can take it outside if you want. Looks like it's going to be nice today. Rain. That's all right. Sun is fine too. Yeah, there'll be a coach with each group, and we'll just start working through the process using the packet, and go from there. Is everybody feeling good?
Yeah.
Just nebulous enough?
Just nebulous enough.
All right. There is mud. All right. Awesome. Let's go get to work. Yes.
Take it back. No.
Americans.
Grab a cupcake. Grab.
And where are you living?
Oh, I need. Oh, sorry. Yes.
All right.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna stay here.
Oh, I'm glad. My thorn was that I didn't get a little bit more time.
I told them on the
to
third floor,
actually-
so.
No, but the moving characters.
I wanted them to be able to be on the police. And I ran out of time.
That's a lot.
They don't normally roll all of engine one. Oh, engine 6 too.
Those are the time where we just involve the fire department. That's it.
All right, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, my husband was part of the volunteer fire department. It was nice never being able to be more than 7 minutes away. On her own call weekends.
With 5 or 6 spaces, and only like 30 people. Less than 30 people actually.
Yeah.
We're gonna have small groups.
Good. Small groups are great.
Small groups can make some things.
Absolutely. And if they need any supplies, it's here.
Oh, thank you.
Why don't you want to get your coffee? That's what I was. It's your truck. As long as it's settled.
It's a good idea. It makes such deliciousness. Thanks, Dan. Small but big.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna have appreciation down with salty caramel.
I have a high spice.
It was sort of just like those lights and then to make a real change. So really what we're doing is like this. We have an event. People come or don't come. We open. We take the ideas back. Right? It's like 56 people that sign up and say they want to doors and speak. So the challenge engage conversation is I want some of those people. It's so messy. And people were approached because he is in their district.
That's why I like you.
Idea where we're going in education. So that this kind of thing, so those 50 people, 200 people, those people back in their classroom, their district, they have. Well, I guess just simply, you know, they're doing something.
I would say. Follow up on what I have to say.
Holy man.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that. There is a singular definition of what people is. And it's really is part of why I she was one of them. Probably. Well, that's the problem. Anyway, nobody has said there has nobody. I haven't heard that said. So, I guess part of that is.
So let's go around to introductions. And then let's start diving into what we know about it, what we don't know about it, what you know about it. And as we go down to implementation, everybody going you need to know, right? Because this is how we're going to develop our challenge statement. What is it? It's so we'll get to the background knowledge too along the way. So on that, coordinator from we're one of the only districts, 8 districts that actually certified to be ready. We are not close to being ready, but our staff said that it's important enough that we can figure it out. It's kind of one of the things we're doing along the way, which is to say, make mistakes, that's all right. We're going to change along the way, that's all right. Because we understand, we're working to understand that the moment you plan it all out is the moment the water slips around the cracks and it all just goes. You can't plan it all out.
Tara Fraser. I work in DC. Right now, I teach special ed 5 through 8, and I'm also co-teaching science at 6, 7, 8 grade now, and social studies at grade 6. Next year, my fellow special ed teacher and I are going to
Jessica Fargo. Social studies.
So let's do similar to what we did at the very beginning. Hi. And the kids. And similar to what we did at the very beginning, where you just kind of wrote topics and ideas down. Just sticky notes. Couple minutes to write down everything that we know already about proficiency-based education. We'll just write those things down. One idea for sticky note. You can put them up here. Along the way. Just throw it out. Let's do it.
Dan took my group, so there's a group that doesn't have somebody, so that must be the student.
Third floor in the snack room. Second floor, up the stairs, going left. I think Audrey's in doing the at one point.
We have standards, we have common core standards. Good. Nothing. But write that down. Oh, I didn't write anything down. No, what did I wrote my own little notes, my own little rant. You shouldn't be embarrassed.
Oh,
I'm not embarrassed.
I would agree. You need to know this too. You said something. A huge issue, especially as you get up to the school level. Grading is you're trying to do efficiency-based learning, so you're then going to put it into it absolutely does.
I didn't mean to say that.
So we have a schedule, quote unquote, set, but it's also very fluid. Because the discover phase is kind of kicking into the empathy can go long if need be. There's really no set. We have some general time frames. The timers are good because, like, the strings help us kind of really an opportunity. No, what we need to do is we need to narrow this down. We need to narrow down to a specific idea and a challenge of what it is that we're going to address today. Things that we know, or that we need to know. So, how can we, or how might we, take what we know, we need to know, and synthesize it into a specific, actionable, challengeable statement? You've done SMART goals before, right? It's similar to that. But what it is this is more collaborative to say this is what we know, this is what we need to know. What are you seeing as big topics or things to get from here over to here? How might we bring this stuff to what you know? What are the things that are getting in the way? We'll have a chart here, so.
I think just read them off. I think the what is proficient question.
Okay.
They would have to say it a lot. Everybody's definitions.
So we have, so what we know is standards, descriptive assessment, not grading, benchmarks, rigor, assessment again. Moving at your own pace. High school staff often resistant. Rubrics, over to assessment again.
Hey, Matt, can you back up to the high school staff is resistant?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. I think when I talk to both as a school board member and an EA guy, and I don't think it's that high school staff are resistant. I think it's a content versus skill conflict. I had that.
Oh, you do? Knowledge and skills.
Right. So, what is it that people want? I mean, that's a big essential question, right? And I think this is part of where conceivably, if we're teaching history, we're artificially creating that historical knowledge base. So to some degree, our students are saying, I've been learning about the American Revolution. So I think that's where the anxiety is. So long there's been some canon curriculum. Now what is it? That's where many parents are very comfortable with.
So the tension in what you're hearing is the tension in proficiency-based education is not about necessarily resistance to traditional change, but it's more about understanding in the standards and our learning goals themselves the difference and importance of the skill versus the content.
And also teaching the skill versus teaching the
that perhaps, and I'm going to put words out there, we won't hear them, that in fact the skill is more important than the content. Is that what I'm hearing?
And so when you're talking skill, you're talking like problem solving, talking about
not just learning. When you talk
Sure.
skill, I'm not.
So, yeah, so it's really easy and convenient for me to like text, right? I can come up with a 50-question text, 2 essays, a couple short answers, whatever. That's sort of been a traditional model of evaluation, right? This answer is right or wrong. But what skill are you developing when or is being assessed when there is a right or wrong? And I think that's, and I'm speaking generically, Matt, but I think, I don't know if this is where any of your district's teachers run into some anxiety. But that's really easy to assess. It's really easy to develop. It's really concrete to report to students. It's really concrete to report to parents. But that's mainly knowledge that happens. It's not so much of, well, this person was able to know.
Right, because part of what's being done, what has happened historically, and I think unfortunately what has happened is that Common Core has gotten a bad rap. But if you go back to the old main learning results, the way that they were written, they're written really poorly. Because they will say something like, demonstrate understanding of main idea. Right? Which I'm sorting words out. This might not be one. But there's a lot of demonstrate understanding in main learning results. Well, how does someone demonstrate understanding? You can demonstrate understanding by identifying. You can demonstrate understanding by recognizing. You can demonstrate understanding by describing. You can demonstrate understanding by comparing and contrasting, or by synthesizing, or by analyzing. So the level of a taxonomy of complexity are very different. Of course, you can demonstrate understanding in a lot of ways. So the problem with the old learning results, in particular, that they were written with that kind of language, which left a lot of interpretation of the complexity. So what it led to was they're focusing on content. By no intentional fault, well, if you don't really have different understanding, so the content is most important. So we're going to focus on that. When the common core has gone and done is they've written things, language like compare and contrast, main idea. That's a measurable skill right there. You can compare and contrast main idea as a skill. You have your content in there. This is going to be wildly distracting. Right? So we have our comparative main idea. So now we can develop. And is this the tension point? Is this a major tension point? And is this the tension point that we want to work on today? Is how might we effectively communicate some of this? The difference in measuring and determining proficiency based on skill and content is that all I'm doing is well, right now, I am trying to figure out what we're going to get to. This is a huge topic, which I think all of the other topics really, they all. I mean, here's the thing: if we were to come up with like an actually working definition of proficiency and how to apply it to knowledge and skills, if we were to come up with something like that, the applicability of that in terms of entry and experiential learning, that opens up the door for all areas. It opens up the door to everything that all of the places can apply. But is that where we want to go? Or we have a lot of things that are there. Lots of about assessment. You know, there's assessment involved. Assessment. So I got my degree kind of in leadership and assessment. That's too different. Folks like out of me when I hear assessment is all standardized.
Right, that's pedagogy has to change so that your assessment can change. Well, if you're talking about a rigor, I mean, you can almost, you need the
I want people at the end of the day.
Right, and so the question that I sort of driven is, what is reasonable? Because what I'm seeing is, in a way, it is sort of nebulous, but sort of consuming itself. And that's not the same person stuff.
What happened now?
So, right.
You ready to go on now?
So, and I even see being more focused on the skills is more important. But when I first started out, and I had a risk on there as well. That was one implementation, one model of PPE. What I saw from that was just rampant abuse by students, because heaven forbid students would act more mature than what they are mentally able to do. And some of that may have been that it was still a dual system
But it didn't want to grab any.
idea, but on the other hand, Matt, I don't know if you've seen the Barbie videos where, Sarah has the iPad and she's sitting down on the forklift bed with her dad and they're going over the schedule, and I made this consultation. Like, nobody lives in that world. Students don't live in that world. It's a dream world.
It's a total dream, and that's what mindset, inevitable is all about.
Right.
It was all
So,
dream.
and so that's really where my question is. What is reasonable? There is this utopian vision of what it is, but then there's the reality for 99% of us. Where is that? What is reasonable with student voice and choice? What is reasonable with time is the variable?
It has to start lower than high school.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
You get these kids.
This is K-12.
You're gonna participate. They're not gonna be, I don't know if they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. That kind of formative assessment. It needs to start way down here, so your parents and kids have the risk taking there and a lot of learning.
So, if we change the word reasonable to actualize,
So what can we actually?
how might we actualize proficiency-based learning? Okay. Simply because that's, because it doesn't mean we have to throw everything out, or even argument's sake, put the baby out of the bathwater. How might we actualize proficiency-based learning in our schools as they are?
Yeah, makes sense.
Well,
Is that where we're heading?
I love all of this, and I love the actualized part, because so much of this is possible within the systems that we have right now. But I think Jesse's right, it seems like this looming big huge figure that is just like the learning results did when they first came in. How am I supposed to get to this nebulous demonstrate and understand? I'm going to go back to my algebra book, and I'm going to teach unit 1 and unit 2. I'm going to give a test, and I'm going to teach unit 3. And because I think it's the scope and sequence of PBE is not as laid out. And so if I am a person, like Dan said, is a concrete, roundabout person, if you are a person who wants to know exactly how you're going to get there, that's hard to do sometimes, because there's more than one way to get there.
What I see is somebody comes in, this is based education. You won't have to start thinking. Assess your students. Right about that, it says 20. So yes, like Romeo and Juliet is not a standard.
Okay.
Right?
Or my penguins do in a novel.
No. Very good question once, it's not a standard. But even Vietnam War, not a standard. Developing strong inquiry, developing inquiry questions. Those are standards.
Or things like that, we've got the Revolutionary War, you've got the Vietnam War, what have you learned? I mean, there's some thinking that has to go through, solve problems.
Does this sound okay with you all? Because we are approaching, we do need to keep moving. This is still a huge question. We're going to start narrowing it down to the next page on our little packet. All right? So this is where we're going to go today. This is awesome.
And I do think it's easy at the younger grades to say, that's a high school problem that I don't need to deal with.
Which is funny, because I would say, to get back to why high school teachers resent this, is they feel that the techniques are very
It is. And I think it works better the younger they are, because they're more open to that
And I
curiosity and
That's the word.
Everything.
That's the thing
Everything
right
but
there.
math, and that's a whole different ballgame, but the social studies, science, and reading, and writing, my writing unit is about history.
Sidebar.
It's all what it is.
One of the things I'm working on with some of my coaches in my school, or we're developing completely fully integrated elements of curriculum. And we're using social studies as the hub. Social and science as a part of it. Instead of saying ELA and math are the core, social studies and science are the core. And then we're going to feed in these other areas along with it. We're putting our units on questions.
And I think it's much easier to work that way than it is to.
It is so much
By the
easier
time they
to
get
work
to
that way.
high school, these kids will have the skills.
Basically, what you're talking about is establishing the inquiry-based disciplines as core, and then the math and the literacy are the roots.
That's right. They actually become more. Like if you were to like,
You're rough funding, they're the pegs.
right, if you were to spiral out, we usually think of core as like ELA and math here, but in reality, ELA and math is really out here because they are the ones that kind of can bend and go out in between everything else. Whereas the real centerpiece is the questions, the topic, is what are you interested in, and then we find different ways of approaching it through the arts, through ELA, through mathematics. It's just flipping that idea.
And it puts the art back in teaching. And we lost that. $250,000 to buy into a program, a reading program. And there we are.
Look at a lot of it.
We have non-readers, non-readers, the list goes on.
There's been a lot of damage. There's been some good, a lot of damage. I'm trying to keep looking. It's like, because I can go on for days with it on how horrible standardized testing has been, what it has really done, what it's done to kids.
And I
But
taught long enough that I knew that before we had that, I had readers come into fourth grade. I have non-thinkers and non-readers, and I'm not talking if they can read words. They can read words, but they can't understand.
So
put them into a program.
the next phase of this, we talk about how might we, is to go through this full adventure. So, like, where can we get some of our content knowledge from? Where can we get some information from about how might we do this? Right? So, what are things we can read? That we can maybe go and with the device right now find some examples of some of the standards we're talking about comparing testing and idea. What are these things that we're going to look at? Who are the sources that we can pull from to get information?
And we can either do this individually and collaborate, or we can just start throwing ideas out and I can write them down. I like that model. That model. Oh, that's fine. I don't. The only thing I'm lacking is the rest of the coaches to chart paper. So what I'm going to do is, we'll get more of it.
Nope.
Somebody? Oh, what? Here's what we'll do.
Who's the ones they have to
Perfect. Reduce, reuse, recycle.
But I honestly think that then you create something that's going to polarize. But if you say, you know, this is what I'm like, there is I do like focus on that. You know, I know. I think something else that is coming out of this that is good. That's what
well, and then it's given to everyone. It's given to my kids in 75 teams. And how is that
So
an
it undoes
authentic?
everything that's supposed to be done.
Testing guy in high school. Spent 6 million hours.
I am a self-proclaimed data nerd, and I ignore, it's one day in a single life.
would be successful. So, I mean, there is something that was good about.
That's true. I agree with that.
They may have been more successful. So just one thing.
I would agree with those.
They couldn't write
All right, so what can we read?
Are we looking for in general, or are we looking, like, how specific are we looking? Okay, that was gonna be my thing.
So like that.
Standards. Okay.
I think.
Yeah.
I'll be right a couple of that is, in doing a proficiency-based learning, they don't necessarily realize it yet. One of the best things that we did for our teachers, we're a Marzano district, okay? Marzano. So what we did is, on a paper about this size, we printed out a color poster of the Marzano taxonomy that starts at the retrieval level, goes all the way up to utilization beyond, and we gave it to every single teacher to hang in their room with a specific intention of writing, like, we're doing assessing students, and you have 3. In our world, a 3 is meeting the standard, meaning they can independently compare and contrast an idea. That's what they can do. What happens how you get a 4? That's a question I would get. Well, compare and contrast is here, taxonomy. What's it like? That's where you go beyond. That's why taxonomy is so important. Because a allows that depth.
Understand that hearing questions as opposed to
I'm well aware of that. Because no, I have people say, well, a 4 means you can do another chapter of a book. And that comes into a fundamental understanding, which gets back to actualizing. So what else can you agree? Are there any ones that you know of that are successful at this?
I don't know that I would read for success. I would just read for see, I was in RSC too.
I think system-wide, I'm not sure if I'll buying it, but they have the system in a way that's idealized. You disagree, so
No, I guess what I was going to ask was more of, I think it's good for people to watch perspectives. It doesn't necessarily correct. It's just, this is a way that it's happening.
Well, we know where, don't use the word fail, but there's struggles.
Very book from you and that what they do.
Yeah.
So it's not where to do stuff. And I would say, what time you would do it now? You're doing what you were doing then. Far along the road.
Oh, yeah, well, I will say, sidebar, I would say probably the worst thing that DOE has ever done was the moratorium back in 2005. Say the moratorium was going to stop everything. As soon as it stopped, like all that stuff in the learning assessment system, the common assessment that we were developing, was the work that we're doing now. Right? It's the exact same.
Trying not to call it that so people don't forget about
They were, back then it was a bit more too psychometric. It got down to, one indicator needs to have reliability and validity in both of them. It was just way too much. So we have to honor the fact that we were there and forces outside of us threw that out. But those of us who've been here a while and have experienced it, but it is also still very different because we're doing some of this work, it's still very content oriented, very content heavy, not very process heavy, not very skill based heavy, generally speaking. And that's
No,
just,
higher order thinking stuff wasn't really in there. It was still, it could still be met through those multiple choice. Do you know it or do you not know it?
Let's see.
Sure.
When they were thinking through so even though we weren't
Who's the guy out of no, but he's
But yeah, actually, you know what? Twitter is a great one. SPL chat, or standards-based learning chat. It's a weekly chat that happens every week, and folks like Connor, Rick Worley, and if you're into grading, Tom Gusky, who's like the standards-based grading guru of all time.
And they've all been around.
That's the thing.
Sorry to interrupt. What was that final count for, like, how many people do we have here?
I'd say 30.
30? Thank you.
Well, but Gusky, Ken O'Connor, who wrote the 15 Fixed Broken Grades, Rick Wormley, Doug Reeves, who's down in Boston area, they all contribute, are regular contributors to this. I've gotten into one weekly, 9 p.m. on Wednesdays. Unfortunately, it goes right along with the same time as DT K-12 chat, which is design thinking in K-12. I've actually done it where you do both chats at once. It's nuts. I don't recommend it, especially if you're trying to do it when your computer's not charged and you're trying to do a double chat on your phone. That is just a nightmare. But that's another place we can find information on. What about watching? Yeah, yeah, he does a lot of the tech stuff. He's now the leader of TI. I would suggest Rick Wormley. He's got some great YouTube videos up there about standard-based grading or based learning. You can also do this here as well.
There's a couple of channels on YouTube.
You know, I watched this a while ago. That City.
I love That City. That City workshop.
It was just an absolutely amazing concept about it.
So we're trying to keep how we actualize this stuff. So we really want to keep that mindset too of in our schools as they are, in our systems. That's where I was going to bring this to here.
I think going as much as you can into somebody else's classroom and saying, what does it look like here? That might not be what it looks like for me, but what does it look like for you? And then doing it at a different even grade level.
Yep.
What does that look like for you? And then trying to see how these things spiral together.
So, well, listen, we have to move on to empathy. It's been a word we stay too long to discover.
My kids will tell me what they wish was happening. So I can't read this. So we have to put this.
I know. Do you have any money left? Are you still saving that? Oh, I still have. Yeah. I'm not.
Okay. Because what we're going to take from here, this is where we're going to get a lot of our empathy. Because one of the things you're going to do in a few minutes is actually go start doing a couple of interviews. So I grab so walk around talking. But there's, I would put here, because there is a lot of genius in the room. and start talking to other folks about, well, what are the things that stop you from doing face-to-face learning? What are the things that you want to do with face-to-face learning that you want?
Administrators too, if you had all the money in the world, what would you, if you had all the money in the world and you could give your teachers something, what would it be? Almost all of them would tell me it's time. Time to work with each other, time to be ready, time to learn. Do with the training. Especially around some of the definitions. Because I think, like what you said, polarizes people in an idea without that definition of what do I expect from you.
Is that really, that seems to be something that this subject keeps coming back to, the lack of clarity of what this is really all about.
Well, our principal was talking to me one day, and he was talking about school districts that they give a writing prompt. You know, whatever social studies department, they give a writing prompt. And they had a work for that writing prompt. Okay. And there was some logic behind it. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean every school district is going to find it. But there was a certain logic to how that is going.
So either scales or assessments.
Somebody else mentioned
Those are the
flipped
names.
classroom.
That-
Somebody else mentioned flipped classroom. So flipped classroom in UDL. I think learning more about that.
School schedule.
We've talked several times here. The difference in engagement. Sure.
For me, I think it's taking it out of that nebulous grading thing where my kids don't necessarily know what is an A or why does a 93 matter.
I know what an A is, I'm the teacher, yes.
And into something that
You didn't get.
makes sense to them. How do I know when I've done it? What do I do if I want to go beyond that?
All right, so let's go find out. Talking to each other, talking to anybody who's willing to talk about some of these issues regarding distance-based learning, and it could be as simple as, what is it? We could just talk about that. We could get to really narrow down, if we're trying to actualize this thing, we're talking it's going to be, there's no clear approach to it. Is that how we actualize it, by coming up with a common definition? I don't know. What do we think? But what we need to do now is we go and talk to our users. Let's try to keep them either hyper-local or local, meaning ones who the community, we can't really find out community with this. You could. But if there are kids who want to talk to us, I will see if I might.
You can find your kids.
I can bring some back. At least the one who's in school.
I think the parents are really more than kids. I don't mean to disregard them, but kids are far more adaptable to change than adults are. And so most of my pickups are with parents who are like, I like you. You know, the kid turned in something, it was more than his name, why should they get a 50?
Yeah, parents are into that number, yeah.
Right.
That they gave that to some of them.
So let's go find that out. Instead of just assuming that, let's go talk to them about it. Like, how does learning happen with your kid? If you wanted to know your kids, what does that mean to you? And just have a conversation. There are, in your little kit here, there are some, tell me a time, there's some starter questions, there are some things to kind of get open with, but now's the chance to really find our users, people who are directly impacting this. I would also recommend walking and talking to other folks in the EdCamp, because they're the teachers, they're the experts too, and getting them. What we'll do is after we kind of go through that, we'll go through this map of what are our users saying, what are our users feeling and doing, to kind of get back to a question of how do we actualize this and come to a definition of based learning to actualize it. We're kind of going to narrow down our how meeting a little bit more now.
Adjustedly, what's the difference that we're looking at? What's the difference between standard-based
Go ahead and think.
More definitions.
Go ahead and think. I can give you a quick rundown of that.
Okay, good.
It's part of what we're trying to.
So what's the question you're gonna go ask people? I heard you just say a really good question.
It's basically, this was the original how might we, which is how might we actualize proficiency-based learning. So we wanted to see how can we actually do it in the schools we currently have, to make this idea really work in the schools we currently have, knowing we can't change everything.
Without making
so like in your school, given your structures, given your system right now, how might you make this work?
Okay.
You know, and what they're going to do right now is they're going to go empathize and find out, well, what would work in your kid's school? What works in your kid's school? What doesn't work in your kid's school? Grading purposes, you know, whatnot. But what this is turning also into, it's going deeper into, is the definition of proficiency-based learning. What is proficiency?
Hi there. Is Bridget right there? I need her help as a consumer of education.
I love it.
Hi, sweetie. If I was to ask you what would make school better for you, what would your answer be? More math and science? So if I could teach different stuff but use math and science, you would like that? So like if I could teach you English but do it through math and science, you would like that? What would that look like to you?
This way, please.
So like the vote with your feet? We're doing some of that today at the Discovery Museum. And so we were sent to ask questions of kids because they are the consumers for education.
It's a sub. In order to get to this, you might first have to do this.
Right. Oh, I'm not ready to go out and ask questions.
All right.
You're never ready to.
Huh?
Now you're never ready to.
All right.
That's too good to group.
Anybody else have a question for a fifth grader?
No. What makes learning fun?
What makes learning fun?
Oh, I like that.
Hold on, I'm gonna put you on speaker. Okay, go ahead. Can you still hear me? Okay, so what makes learning fun? So doing it with other people?
Yeah.
And you said more math and science?
Yeah.
And running and music?
Yeah.
So we got,
Okay, all of those things, but not necessarily in that order.
boards.
Anything else? Anything that makes it not so fun?
Stuff. All people's friends are. This is all way. All. This is all.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Sitting down.
So if I can, I'm Matt, I'm working. If I can ask a question, like, what's like your best memory, thing you remember the most about being in school? What are the things that you look forward to and love?
Walking around.
They want to ask you questions.
Oh, yeah.
These guys ask us a couple of questions.
so we got the things. Yeah, they have like
It's like, there was like, there was a lesson or something like that. I was like, I really enjoyed that day. Like, what happened?
Boards, you want to do sketching. We've got statistics. If you want to make a video walkthrough. There's space. There's all this other stuff. But I say, you guys go get some stuff. You go through it. And then bounce around and check it out. Encourage them to start playing. Just take some of anything. Okay. This is
What about letting the salmon go?
I'm gonna do EdCamp.
Tell me more about the salmon thing.
Right? So we got rid of all the TVs.
Right?
This is all stacked up for yeah.
Okay, and I'm just curious why.
Oh yeah. So grab some medicine.
So why would you let it go in this room?
There's assorted goodies of all sorts. You guys grab some stuff and start shaping some balls.
And then it comes back to where? Okay, so anything else? All right, thanks, you've been doing a good job.
So we got down to.
All right, love you, be good for daddy.
I'll be done. I'll just reach up there.
Which was.
Hey, look, you're in.
But the thing is, right, the thing is, they tell the kids,
So they're going out right now.
or it's just not tell the kids, like, you're not
Oh, that's cool.
That's
And how this is learning and how
You're telling
doing
the kids,
that,
like,
so that we can then go back, find out what we've done.
you're there.
How would you guys like, what would you guys like to see for technology?
So it's definition.
I want to
My son is in elementary school, and he's very, I look at his report card, and it's.
Jeff just sent me a message.
so device agnostic.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna start, I'm just gonna start an action at people.
There may have been,
All
there
that
was,
stuff.
but again,
An opt-out policy. There
So,
can be.
Yeah, we're not there yet, but.
Yeah,
again,
no,
it's like,
yeah.
not every parent is going to be
I
involved.
think what we're gonna need to do.
Are you gonna miss, you know?
Bringing back
maybe
offset.
Meaning
And
that
here,
if
as
the
a
student would
parent,
prefer to use
as a
Android
Yeah.
tools over digital tools.
Yeah.
It's like, Aaron, I'm so different than as a
And
teacher.
then.
Well, no, because we are different, that's right. But
There's
as
only
a
a
parent,
to be
I just
about.
want to
He's watching
know
something.
that
Oh,
Hi, Jeff.
hey Jeff.
my kids are
Um,
You just asked for one of those two boys, we can talk to his daughter.
and what,
And my kids are
we
gonna
talked
be
to
too.
my daughter.
So if you guys
I
wanna talk to
don't know.
Sylvan Valley, they're right here, Matt.
When you say they're at a level, well, what is that?
No, I just Jeff tweeted me said that. I'll do that.
You know,
Thanks, Jeff.
Right, right, and then what happens to our district is, so elementary is K-4, so if
that it's only used as a tool and really no students, not just students.
So then,
That's where you work out more one-on-one
yeah,
there
and
too.
then they go
If you have
into
the,
middle
you
school,
know,
great.
it's right appropriate for the task.
And then they go to the high school. So.
It's not good?
Ninth grade.
It is,
So
it is.
middle
Let me
school,
taste
third
it.
grade.
Is this it, Kelly?
Why is the chocolate spicy? Is it beginning? He ate like the entire thing. Well, what it's supposed to be is not.
And that's part of the thing that we
Maybe
do.
it's just, so what I'm saying is, you know, they say.
Did you get the ganache?
Yeah,
he
they say
took
one
the
thing,
whole-
but then
The whole chunk of it?
master-based learning.
Yeah, just the ganache.
You create state. Just until you master, and then you keep doing it.
It's not a
But then,
bad.
so what's happening is like my kid doesn't want. And then she takes it, but she gets. You know, like it's not enough because they average that.
Is Bryce on his way?
But
He is.
so that second assessment should take place on the,
But that's not. So, yeah.
you can't ever average yourself out of one.
Right.
Because a 4 plus a 1 is still only a 2.5. So you're never going to,
And
average yourself to proficient.
The kid, they know that. You know what I mean? Like, they're smart enough. So it's like, right, because and then what happens is then they get.
No, you got it. You got Carol.
Okay, never mind.
I thought you were gonna know. So we didn't taste the chocolate.
So my concern is, yeah. What it is that you're doing.
Mom, we're gonna go play, like animals.
No, we gotta her rice and then we're gonna go get inside this way.
Okay, she comes
Yes.
where.
I'm being asked to.
well, because I think there is one on there. I think there is like this almost that unit 3
I want the ones in that.
should be down. The 3 should be over. Which was never designed to be. The 3 is, like, if you're looking at a reading benchmark, did I make the benchmark? Right. I don't get a 4 at level C. I either made the benchmark at level C or on level B. You know, I mean, there is a level for me to go to until Z. And I think until the spoken sequence matches that. So it is somewhere for you.
Look, I made an Enos.
There's information here. Gotta make it hard enough so that I can. What's so hard? And that's where my question is. I'm sending kids to Audrey who may or may not have reading levels that make them successful in ninth grade.
So I do a lot of.
In the big tonight,
And like that, I taught. So I would rather go away. What I do is I like for those classes, a lot of times it's keeps me as a experience. So and that, you know, it's like when you're playing a video, right? When you get to the last level, you don't have to prove that you are at the last level. You can be lost because the fact that you're at the last level means you've been prepared to get there. You're playing until you're ready. So that's the idea. You're transferring to demonstrate your mastery of the game. So how can you then transfer that to education to show that your experience in education match, you know, where you're learning and then how you need to get multiple attempts that don't, and it doesn't penalize having an issue with or with your daughter child that's having an issue with, I don't know, is that multiple assessment. I'm in grade 9 English. I take an assessment. I got a 1 on it. I retake the assessment on it. I can never get a 3 because I feel like even if I got 4 the next grade, the actual average them together. It's got to be. So it almost creates a situation in which if you don't get it the first time, you can't. There's a
that's fair.
But not such a great school. I like the A grade. I need to be 70, 79. I will make it this way because it's hard to set about getting an E because it's toxic for me.
I agree.
If I didn't have grades, I would be more motivated to learn because I just have the stress of having the right grade. My favorite thing I've done so far in school was probably our climate change transition levels. Big one revolution in the world.
Yeah. And see, my daughter is at grade 8. So her fear of not having grades is, who am I if I'm not straight A? She came home from tears because she was going to get grade 4 in math last quarter. Because that's me. And all these other people are straight A. And she wants to be straight A. And I'm like, but what does that 92 really mean? And she goes, it's a 92.
Because there's some kids that
No, on one day you got a 78, so now you have a 92.
It means I test well. For some people it means I actually know this material. Some people it means I have my homework.
And some people it means I sit and I'm quiet.
Yeah,
And I look cute.
And that's the thing, like you can be present, tell your person, work incredibly hard, and be all assessment.
I love to she just said to make school better, it would be more math and science. Could teach me everything through math and science, but math is what she was going to get here. Yeah, because she has a processing speed issue. So they're still at the grade of taking time to test. And that time fact test is equally averaged in to the skill test. So your power up and your test are averaged equally. She's never going to get, like, she gets hundreds on the skills, but she'll get an 8 on fast growth. And don't worry about it. 5th grade is the last year that they do time testing. She's on math team.
Yeah.
Like, she was invited as a 5th grader onto math team, but that's her lowest grade because of those time tests. But they're not an authentic measure of
What you can do.
what she can do. But she comes home with tears over it because, you know, she has to bring home this 89.
Yeah.
Feels like,
Right.
so bad. Well, it's, I think, the definition of what is mastery. You know, we have to do that all the time. We write our IUPs. What is going to be mastery of this goal? So we have to pick what is mastery. But it's not necessarily the same definition. Person to person to person. By most throughout the state is mastery defined the same way it's
Right, that's right.
For one teacher to another. Yeah. So I guess to make that happen. So definition. So
Augusta, Manchester. Okay. I've never heard of it, and I was, so it's not that far from like India. Oh, right. So, yeah, you can go to Chester. Oh, yeah, okay, I haven't been that direction. Yeah. Do you teach it? Yeah, I'm ELMS. Okay. Yeah. And what do you teach? I'm an elementary. Yeah. Yeah, literacy. Yeah. I graduated in 2001. Oh, awesome. So are you in this area now?
Yeah, I teach 9th grade special education over at Brewer.
Okay.
Literacy consultant for MSAD 3 or RSU 3 in Waldo County.
So why are you making moves?
My husband got hired at Marina High School, and we're
Okay.
gonna buy my mom's home in
Nice.
Fayette. Yeah, they're all super nice. Yeah.
That's awesome. Just curious, because it seems like people don't use a lot in the.
You know, not at all.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, that's different.
Yeah.
But yeah, it makes sense, right?
What's everybody here talking?
We were talking about definitions, and that definitions tend to be areas, a sticking point. That mastery from person to person within a building, but definitely from district to district, are different. And that both of our kids are with grading looked different.
I think what I put Ava was getting at for her.
My daughter would love that system though, because it gives her the freedom of
Right, you can
anywhere
fail,
within there.
but you can, right, it does make you more creative and want, and fail, and be more risk taker, but when you have to get that A, and it's so confined, it's like, I see that with my other students that I teach, and I'm like, guys, walk away from the rigor, like, explore this, let's see what we could do, and they're like, but I need to check.
No, my
what exactly
kid,
do you want from me? And I'm like, I don't know what I want from you.
Check My kid is a check it off the list kid, but when given the chance not to, is a very outside the box kind of let me build something. Like she will be engineering's like gift because that's how she thinks. Not if I can't get her there because her anxiety gets to the point
that's
of.
what I say with her. Because what is the cost to our family and to her evenings and to her sleep and to her health? To get those A's are costing a lot.
Especially if you want to be in anything.
And what do they really need, especially at the lower levels? Because
she couldn't describe it. I got that 92 man.
in our department,
I said, what is a 92?
in our department, we're dealing with graduation and what the colleges are looking for as far as like what does a grade mean, and also like are we going to offer more APs, are we going to offer more and what is more valuable to the college level, and that's like trickling down all the way into like a second grader or third grader, like what does this thing mean, and getting to college and doing a good job at third grade.
My fifth grader came home and said, well, but when I go to college, I'm like, first of all, they don't care anything about fifth grade. Right. Well, then what? I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying they don't. And she's like, but I have to get into high school. And I'm like, okay, but still, they're not going to go past seventh grade to look at.
Huge balance. I mean, in one respect, like how we love it because apathy is. So what I do tonight, all I deal with is apathy. If you have never said the words, when I go to college, for a couple of reasons, because you're not going to go to college, and they're just apathetic. Their parents are apathetic. They don't know to care. So it's like, I hear what you're saying, and I also like want to pull my hair out every day because my kids will never ask these questions. They will never say, I have to get an A. They don't care.
Yeah, no.
And their parents don't care. So it's like, no.
But at what point did they stop care?
Yes.
Exactly. At some point we assume that they care. Now maybe it was really little. Maybe it got trained out of them really early.
Generationally.
But for the most part, I see that switch when grades start happening.
Yeah, it is.
When it's the sim grades, good, satisfactory, improving, needs improvement, they're so nebulous that it doesn't seem to matter and nobody minds being pulled out and it's like this cool thing. I am deaf to social strata in middle school. Don't come with me, don't look at me sideways in class, don't stand near me, because God forbid I'm different in any way than whatever the current mainstream that Tuesday is. And I see that already in my fifth grade. Like I'm used to seeing it in seventh graders, but her whole class. There are 30 kids in her class. And I would say probably 25 of them would say the same thing she said.
What we're seeing too is there's two sides.
They feel stressed.
There's the positive side. college. Yeah, exactly. Getting out, getting students, getting ninth graders on campus, getting 10th graders, so that those students who have never even thought of school.
Yeah.
They're like something that's good. But on the flip side of that, it also means I've had 10th graders who are stressed because they keep getting questionnaires saying, well, what are your interests? What are your, and they're like, oh, I'm saying to them, you're 10.
I have to start asking them in 7th grade.
And it, well, they're like, so 7th grade last year, gave them, you know, a whole year.
Funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have to write all the things based on it's today. What if you decided
Right, too, right. Let's make a list of things you might want to do, just as soon as you know.
Right. Well, it's also, I mean, like, I come from the humanities, and it's such an important thing for students, and not just the education as a stepping stone to a job. Because your education is so much more.
As I write it,
Making you a human being, and you're, as a citizen, you're a person.
Sure.
That's so much more important. I mean,
Yeah, just totally. I was thinking of that when you were talking about grading, I was like, well, how can you realize that it's not
okay.
It's the actual, like,
the person who did not really sure about that.
Yeah. And the fact you
I didn't do this search.
the fact you're in a as opposed to.
Also,
Like, if we graduate students from school, and their one goal is, and they've been trained to be welders, how have we done our job? You know,
Yes.
Because when you graduate, you can say like, oh, I've learned everything I need to know to go out. No, that's never gonna happen.
We're not doing that.
No, so.
I'm so far.
Oh. We just laid out 13. We just laid out 13 people in my district, so I wasn't one of them.
That's nice, because you saved somebody from losing their job probably.
Well, maybe special ed, we're adding to the department instead of, but still.
That's awful. I know, it's so.
I know you're still low man on the totem pole there, right? Until they bring somebody else.
Yeah, and they've brought a couple of people, and since my impact area is, I'm certified K-12, so I think I would have been shifted, but
Still.
When you pretty much, are you typically safe in special ed, like when you're switching now? Will it be tricky?
No, it wouldn't be
guys
tricky.
or no?
No, I mean,
You guys are
I'm
not
not
gonna
go.
losing a job.
Right, Mark is probably gonna be shaky because he's science,
Oh,
so if they eliminate that.
Is
I
he
wouldn't
been
be.
teaching too, just curious?
No, he's been in it since 2001.
Okay, and so why, so you said he found a job,
Anytime you
you
go.
guys just wanted to move to the house?
Yeah, and he wanted to leave the district he's in. He's in Hamden and they're having huge, contract battles and they do, merit-based pay and.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's
That
been
exists.
it exists, yeah, it exists and he's been.
It was a huge push for a lot more.
Yeah, and I think that they're all hopefully learning from our lessons. So, yeah, it's been a nightmare, and it was the tipping point because they've been underpaid and underinsured for a lot of years, and they've just kind of known it and worked under those conditions. Luckily, that's a really awesome district, yes, really incredible kids, really affluent, family-centered, ultra involved. We've never seen family engagement like in this district.
I mean, it's good and it's bad, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, there's.
Yeah, because they are very litigious, which is why I love the district. Because I used to teach in this district also. And so anyway, so for a lot of years, they've known that they were underpaid and underinsured, but just ultra happy, really good morale district-wide. And then they implemented merit-based pay, and it was the tipping point. Yeah, everyone.
And do people know who's getting more pay and who's not?
Well, okay, so it's supposed to be anonymous, but as if it ever is anonymous, right? It's gross. It has been so divisive.
Public record once
Right.
Once you're paid, because you can tell like who got the, and are you ready? It ends up being like $39 a paycheck or something. And so it has
Which
created.
isn't a lot, but here it is. It is a lot.
Well, in the end, it's a lot, but it's not worth the cost. It's not worth what's happening, to the teachers. And so it has been really divisive and.
Well, and if 1 year you get it, and the next year, if 1 one year you're a 4.
So
And
how
the
do you
next
get
year
it?
you're a 3, which is not a bad thing.
Right.
Technically, you look backwards.
So how do you
Like
get
you got something, like you became a worse teacher.
Or they canceled the
Yeah,
piece,
exactly.
like, that's just, oh, what a mess.
Yeah,
So
it's-
how did you get, how could someone get? Just
So
curious,
it's,
because merit pay is all, from what I've heard about merit pay, it depends on where you are, how to get it.
That's right, so this is based on their two-peg system.
What's
And,
CPAC?
their evaluation system.
So it's all about the principal's decision if they think they're a 4.
Well, not based on the evaluation, in this system, it's not based on.
Just curious, yeah,
Yeah.
just curious.
Yeah, so it's based on their, how many 4s you get. And so if,
Okay.
for every 4 you get, there's 4 different segments. For every 4 you get, you could
Okay.
get up to $400. So all 4s is $1,600.
A year.
Yeah, for every 4. And so,
If you get 2 and all those 4s, you're null and void.
well, so that I'm not as well versed.
You get a certain amount of numbers.
Right, you can't get a 1 or 2.
In a growth model.
Yeah. Hold on, sorry.
Oh, no, you're okay, you're okay, just curious.
but it ends up pitting people against each other, and it's, any value that you could get out of it could not be comfortable where you work later. I would give that before to know that it wasn't me versus.
Oh, no, that's.
Which is hard. I mean, I work in a school where it's from school for K-8. So pretty much, if we say the 4th grade, it's one teacher. 5th grade, you know, you're not trying to target anybody, but when there's only one 5th grade teacher in the building, there's only one special ed teacher in the building. Well, everything except for, it kind of narrows it down to who it is. Oh, well, we didn't mention any names. Well, yeah. You didn't really have to.
I love classrooms. Yeah.
So how many subscriptions did you buy?
You buy the, and then I don't have it, but I changed them. So it's just one year.
That's great, because it used to be.
It used to be crazy.
Yeah,
And then it was like,
and
that's why they lost
it
it too.
That's why they didn't get it.
Right. So now it's, yeah, because I've got multiple classes. So I've just, even the students that don't use it, I use it now with them to off files and
Right.
stuff. Yeah.
And like you were talking about the gamification, if that is the vocabulary it's it doesn't hurt to change our vocabulary. So how do people who are vastly against it, they're still so against screens and all of that stuff in general.
It's crazy because, right. And when you explain it to students, they understand you're talking before. Yeah. You get to the end of the game and then it shows mastery. You obviously the masters the levels of the game. You wouldn't be at any of this if you hadn't had a master. So how then can you do that here? How can you design the XP system here? And I like how it's tied in their work, their behavior with HP and then the goal where they can then spend and act. So it's got multi-motivational, and I mean, it depends on some years, like last year, one of the classes I used it like.
All right, I'm gonna go get lunch.
They had.
Do you need help?
Not at all. I've got 3
sure?
kids, yeah.
It's nice out, I'm sure.
Well, we can go eat outside, but we'll go pick it up.
So, but this year, these guys have much more failure and.
Right, and that was part of the thing that we had, was both kid and parent.
And, you know, as a parent, yeah, my kid is happy. I'm okay, right, you know, my kid's not going to work every day. Yeah, the math, and I don't then have to spend all day
So
readjusting life around it.
last year I tied the airplane into the grades that have to.
Right.
Essentially, we did. This year I've separated it. But what it has meant is a lot of the students who will just do it. It's great. Like when we do a do something like that, they'll get next week for this. Yeah, sure. I know that's that's an easy win. And yeah. So that's fun. But I would love to see it somehow.
They had to design
Combined into something.
My co-teacher has done that with a couple of different things. More in social studies than she's done it. Yeah.
So we.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm definitely interested in that area.
I wish that the boss battles were more. Have you used the boss battles?
I have.
So I'm probably the boss battle
Because I had a
yeah. So, but with the boss battles, you can set it so that it's either
I was talking to somebody,
or asking you
but I'm ready to.
certain questions. But the
I
problem is,
don't know where Audrey. Actually, Audrey's probably getting lunch.
Oh, she went to go get lunch, yeah.
Yeah.
so you'd be like, oh, John is going to ask this question, so I'm just going to like not pay attention because I have nothing to do with my not really trying. So Kahoot versus that, like, everybody's trying all at once. So you got
And you have to wait.
right. So I'm hoping that with their boss battles, they move more towards something that's more engaging for everybody all at once, so that you're not losing packets of students.
So can I ask exactly, so you said you teach through the, I missed part of this. You teach through gaming.
Right.
So what, so.
Okay, so there's a couple different things here. So there's,
I'm curious.
Yeah, so there's the analysis, and that's using models as a game, like a framework of game.
Okay.
Within your education, but no kind of education. And so the way that a game trains you, rewards you, teaches you, how can we then apply that to education? Like, you know, why would you go play a video game where you will be doing the same repetitive activity over and over, and you know, but like you'll practice your flashcards? Like, what's the difference here, and why is the activity itself is right?
And they want to be, the game itself is rewarding.
Right. So how can you tie rewarding into that? So there's that part. Then there's the other part. So where I've actually used games to teach not like educational games that tend to be kind of subpar, but in my previous school when I used to teach English, I did a whole curriculum that was based around kind of massive
Oh,
so,
okay.
like,
I know,
World of Warcraft kind of.
Yes, this stuff is, I'm not.
Yep.
But I'm curious.
Right. So what we did
this work.
was, so I was working with, those are my general level students, so they were like very, very low functioning students. And my senior level class had, we would 12th grade, so I had to figure out a way to teach them. So we did, Lord of the Rings here, and we read the Fellowship of the Ring, which they read it, like we read it out loud, we read it together, they read it, we played online. And so while we're playing it, it seems like the kids are all logged in and we're all playing, and like, hey guys, we're gonna walk to Rivendell here, so we're like all on our horses and we're going to Rivendell, and then like these two kids, they kept like going off and I'm like, oh, we're walking around. You guys are just like, let me just wander off. You guys, I heard a bunch of happy like, oh, that's just like they were wandering off there. Yeah, so see, you know, wander up the path, you die, okay? Like you think that you can do this. So we remember. Right, so we tied in a lot of there, and then I had them do tie in their literacy to the gaming. So I had them build game guides.
Okay.
And writing through the process. And then I had them doing journaling where they were connecting things that they were like the hero's journey and that sort of thing.
Wasn't motivating everyone.
Yeah.
Really.
They had some
Even somebody wasn't like choosing.
Yeah, no, and I had kids, and I think a lot of it is, I'm not saying me, but I mean like
Oh, no,
the
no.
teacher having fun, you know what I mean?
I totally know what you're saying, but it is you.
Right. It's, if your teacher doesn't care about it, it's not good.
It's like, it's like, I have this, you sign up for something. I signed up for this public lecture series thing for your professors, and that's a lot of me. But I was talking about like, this is important. But here it's a little different where I'm from. You just go, oh, no, you're leaving. This is what I'm getting. I'll see you later. But a little different here. But yeah, no, it is. Right. Yeah.
And a lot of students I had a girl,
What'd you say?
Exposure.
Oh, yeah.
I had a girl, a ninth grade girl, and she did not like gaming.
Okay, yeah, so I'm
She was
just
like,
curious about any that didn't.
no, okay, so she was in this program on a lower level,
Yeah.
very much student control, not like your typical student in this program.
Right.
But she had functional problems.
Yeah.
And so she came into this, and the first day she's like, I can't do Mrs. Walden, and I was like, okay, yeah, you're my project. And with her class, that was 9 to 10 combined, and we did sci-fi, we did Ender's Game, we did sci-fi, and so I got them into Cinecoder, and I had them building games to based on the novel. So they were doing game development there, and she did it. And she was doing it. She was like, "God, you're so good." She's like, "I'm good at this." So cute. Like she's like, I kind of like this stuff. I maybe want to do something with design. And I'm like,
It's like
something
they have.
right. So it's just the exposure. That's awesome. Yeah.
And that's the risk taking that we were talking about before. Being willing to take those risks.
Yeah.
Right. When you're a person who says, I don't like that.
Right.
Yeah. I don't like that. Oh. You like movies? Oh, yes, I love movies.
I've been such my daughter.
Guess what? Every Disney movie.
Are we gonna, what's that? The experiment? Because we're supposed to do that.
Yeah, we're gonna reduce, produce.
Oh, good, yeah. So do
Because-
experimenting on this.
Yeah, what we talked
It's
about.
kind of a word for
Yeah, we knew that time was gonna get all muddled. With things. So, because who knows, because empathy can last a long time. Interviews took a while.
Yeah.
And we knew that was that could happen. So lunch might be one of those things where people start getting together and start talking and eat and do that kind of stuff together. And
I think some people have kind of like, during the empathy one, have kind of like, which is awesome, like, that's why I like it. Yeah, they've kind of like switched groups as they've been empathizing. He's like, oh wait, check out this.
well, yeah, because
That's kind of what I did.
Well, that's what you decide.
If it's something now you're,
This is really not something
I have that one.
because I think we're at the stage in this group right here, we've done some empathy work. I mean, I was interviewed by one person, and then I interviewed him.
Yeah. Oh, awesome.
And then I found, so I interviewed one person in our group, and I interviewed a second grader. About learning.
I was gonna say, was it your own second grade?
Yeah, I think we all did that.
We all interviewed our own kids.
Want some candy? Or, let me ask you something.
No. District grader, they're in my water, I live in the school board. Right. Oh, 75. 75, which is awesome, well voted one.
You drive.
Yes, we all say this to him.
I was just doing that in my head too.
Awesome to Dexter. Every day.
How far is that?
90 miles.
That was my hardest.
really is. It's rough.
Is that like your, is that your me time?
What is it?
Yeah, my community.
Oh, I do.
Well, that would be a lot.
Works well.
I'm still adjusting.
Where's Dexter?
Okay, so.
You weren't?
Do you know where your point is?
All right, so you know where that's, so if you're going up the highway, where do you come from?
I come from Farmington and I know very little.
Farmington.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know where that's.
Yes. One day, I know where Topsham is.
Keep going north of the highway to Waterbury.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Keep going north on the highway.
Like on the 95?
On the 95.
Okay.
You get exit 157.
So are you right off the freeway? Because that wouldn't be such a horrible.
You get on the highway.
And now you're not even.
Go about another 15 or so miles more north.
And then.
Florida and whatnot until you get to Dexter.
Wow.
So just about the geographic center of Maine.
So do you work in Topsham or do you work in Dexter?
I work in Dexter.
Live in Topsham and you're a board.
I'm a board member in Topsham.
I think I met you somewhere. Probably at Dan's last EdCamp.
Yeah, I didn't get a whooping pie. We promised that every single person would get a whooping pie. I didn't get a whooping pie. And I blame the EdCamp Western Maine folks who were watching, and old Bailey's out there watching. I blame you.
You know what though? Like last year, we possibly have too many. I don't know.
So.
I'm allergic to it.
We gotta start producing. We gotta get down to So.
But it's
I spoke with
sweetener replacers.
which I think that was,
It's a, but it's actually not that I can eat. I mean, I can make but my husband can make amazing. If he follows the rules. That is my daughter is allergic to dairy. So.
who did I talk to? I spoke to a parent and.
Parent, a teacher, and my kid. Those middle schooler. Middle school. I listen.
So, parents, teachers, kids. Okay. My resolution. All right, what did they say?
The parent said there was too much testing in schools, and that standards were a roadblock to teacher creativity. To which point I proposed to her that she run for legislature.
Nice, good job.
And she said no.
Hey, that was a good idea.
Is this a teacher parent or just a parent?
A random parent who was probably wondering what I was calling
That's
her. Because she was chasing her. Actually, her husband was.
I got made this spreadsheet publicly advertised several times. You know, this is what we do.
The standards are a roadblock.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So my daughter is.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Then if the result is gonna be that there's an empty slideshow because nobody bothers, because again, like we're at that point.
To be in the 80 to 100, and grade 779, I would like to make it this way, because school is hard and people are set about getting because it's considered a B. If I didn't have grades, I would be more motivated to learn.
So they wouldn't have the stress of having to write grade. She said her favorite thing to do at school is expedition projects. She also said she likes to learn by
Where's the
listening.
pizza?
Likes it when the teacher is teaching.
Yeah, we were
doing something.
Well, then we're early.
I think for her, talking with her, she was saying,
I just wanted to make sure we didn't like
the
miss out.
stress of performing for a grade.
It's right there.
It was good.
There it is, there it is.
Range for, you got that A, or you progress, it was wider.
So break down your motivation. Is that fair?
Yeah, and for my straight A kid, that was the same. That grades actually were more of a roadblock.
Yeah.
My kid said,
Good.
my kid said more experience-based stuff, more math and science.
Experiential learning, we have a whole, talk about that too.
And she was very willing to talk about it. I mean, she talked to you for quite some time. I think as a parent I talked to, the definition thing came up, yes. You know, what is mastery? And then maybe talk to a teacher where mastery can differ from teacher to teacher within the building or from school to school. So if I'm in 10th grade at one school, mastery might look very different than 10th grade at a different school.
The teachers that I spoke to
Ellie, let them do it.
said that district leadership is more focused on grades
Sully, do you want one? I got one. Oh, I got some.
than they were on.
You got the pizza?
That's a lot.
It is. It's about a half a pizza per person, and it's wood fired, and it's amazing. We have flavors like mushroom, fig,
Let's jump down to
pepperoni.
how are our users here feeling about this? Based on the words that you gave me, things you saw, their mannerisms.
Are we clearing up this?
Yeah, I was thinking.
And it's fun to stand by.
I was very
Are you consolidating?
What would a
Yes, there's a way to do it. We need some of those.
I know, yeah.
I would say confused.
John.
Yep.
Oh.
And frustrated. I would say confused. One of the parents was, what is this costing? What is search for this egg costing us? Anything?
It's been interesting, but yes, we are, thank you.
My student, on the other hand, is completely on board with proficiency stuff. Loves it. Give me a target, I'll meet the target. That's fine. Yeah, because it.
Given the choice, like. What would you do? Come on, I would love if she's making
great.
great jobs.
All right, I get it.
Wait, are we, that's what she does at home, and I know that's, but even tomorrow, just say, I'm working.
Right.
And she'll look
ways.
Yeah.
In books, how do we make costumes for us to wear? And then we have to put on the play that she wrote during the costume that she wrote. And it was, I see what you're doing, Dan. You haven't worked on. Settle down there. Barbie.
Yeah, what you need to do to me. Once you do this. It's hot wood fire pizza.
And no, it's my fault. And I heard you listen to me.
It was unbelievable. This America. This is Blaze Bangor Pizza, and it is amazing. And they're super generous. And they gave us for EdCamp today. They like hooked us up with piles and piles and piles of pizza. And we would have been excited to have cheese, but no. They did like their full-on brick up, but not brick up, and I'm gonna mispronounce it. Wood-fired. It's wood-fired pizza, and there's fig, and this is mushroom and something else delicious, and it's just unbelievable. Mushroom, spinach, barbecue, like they went. So when you were in Bangor, you have to eat at Blaze to thank them for this amazingness, and their whole menu is unbelievable. But holy cow!
I'll go down afterwards because they have a few hundred on tap.
Oh yeah, they've got lots of good beer there.
We'll be taking care of that later. Unreal. I'm gonna go find out.
That wasn't something random. Yeah, I found out about that. So this is cheese and there's
You get to the end and you're like, I have no more room, but this is the whole day. I also opened the sandwich to make sure that everything is
All right, I'm gonna bounce up the road and grab.
Oh, I've had a few blocks.
You happy?
I'm
so happy. We got this pizza. It's been great.
No, I
Because I've watched it.
You burst my personal bubble.
I have no bubble.
Right, but so even though I stay
Well, that's a good thing.
You're so welcome.
I guess again.
Hey, folks. Oh, oh. That's something on that. Hold on. Might be something on all over the Okay. A new idea. Oh, what's that one? Barbecue. Real quick, we were thinking of getting started at 1:15 instead of at 1. Are people cool with that? Give us a little more time for I know. Most of us are used to having a full 2.5 hours, and mimosas. But if people are cool with that, then they'll just give us a little more time to do the work. And if we're good with that, and not seeing any opposition, and if you're really opposed to EdCamp, go with your feet. You're like, I'll show up and I'm getting ready. All right, so at 12:45, we'll do a little recalibrating conversation here, and then we'll get underway for our last chunk for our afternoon. Cool, thanks.
I didn't think it's around. I didn't think about now she exactly what it is to be
Philadelphia.
Right? Is that right?
In Philly.
With Kristen
Yep.
They're all like Hadley was one of the founders. She now runs the foundation. Kristen Swanson. No. Is that right? Yeah. It's weird. I just had because there used to be at UMF, there was a Kristen. I'm like, why do I think that's wrong? Kristen Swanson at UMF is throwing me off. Kristen Swanson she works for both Right Site and Slack. She's the director of professional development, which is cool. Slack is a productivity tool. It's really cool. No. It's not for everyone. I think email's about the only thing that's you don't have a choice, right?
Yeah, I live with that.
Facebook is pretty close, but anyway.
I still know people that have that on me. I wouldn't allow it, but
It's like for EdCamp, I think there's 6 or 7 regional and in the east. So it's probably in EdCamp Vegas somewhere.
not before I left. Well, at least
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's something down on the scale. What it is, it didn't just last year. Maybe even last year. I think it was just in the last year because it was announced at this year. It's not even a year. The foundation got huge funding together.
That was last year. That was in the last year.
So what you now do is you want to sure you get the logo, you start the website, make sure you like they were EdCamp, what's his name is like so good.
I mean, I don't think. I think that's kind of coming. Don't worry about how we get lunch. Yeah, we understand.
Yeah. And other EdCamps do different things. There's one that does $5 one. Like everybody go, it's $5. And so there's places that do order ahead of time. Like I thought about doing our timing for Western Maine because I was going to get rolling fatties.
I love that.
Yeah, I haven't.
I haven't been yet. I feel bad for people buying.
It's also like so rolling fatties is going to be here on campus. Like, I don't really care, but
the only people who get bent out of shape are people who wouldn't even know. Yeah. Most people wouldn't even know.
But it's
I know.
There's certain ways people do it. There's people I really like their friends of mine. So, yeah. But you can do it
How was it? Price, did you like it? You not any more than
This is the state.
Silly, well, introduce price.
I hope it's okay if I promise my kids. Somewhere between us.
Doesn't get as much as Hey, how's it going? Nope, not done yet. Would you like a cupcake?
You gotta wait till you see these cupcakes go on. See?
Oh, these are your girls? Oh, that's not going to introduce. That's not going to introduce.
Right.
They're like, oh, don't tell my brother. I was interviewing him, and then they want to go, and I'm like, you know, are you telling and once it is kept
Yeah. So they have like
Thank you so much.
That's really
Maybe it's just me. Sometimes you gotta go through. Maybe it's just me. We're gonna get started again. We're gonna extend, produce, right?
We're gonna extend experiment.
Experiment. Sorry, I got my.
We're gonna our next phase. We knew this was gonna happen. We knew the time was gonna be funky, and so we want to make sure that we're honoring enough time for people to feel like they can create a tangible product, or I should say, a tangible prototype. Prototype. Remember, prototype is just one iteration. What you make today is probably not going to be your final draft of what you put into action. But what we're hoping is you have enough to be actionable. Something that you can see, ooh, if I had another hour, if I had another day, if I had like a weekend to think about this and put it up, between now and then, or a week, and I come back and then revisit this, what could the next iteration of this prototype look like? Who might I need to talk to? And remember, we're walking you through a linear process today, but DT is not linear. That's really, really important. It's something I did not emphasize enough this morning, I don't think, is that design thinking is a cyclical experience. And when you're doing it with students, if you're thinking about working with your students, if you're thinking about working with your staff, I walked you through that flash lab this morning, right? Really, really fast, get you moving. You didn't have time not to be interested. My experience with working with adolescents, like early adolescents through late adolescents, and doing DT, is that they want to make stuff as fast as humanly possible, and everything else be dang. Like just get me making stuff. And at first, when I first was adopting it, I was like, no, guys, we gotta discover, we gotta empathize, we have to go through. Like, slow down, we have more graphic organizers to fill out. Like, I need you to fill this out, and then you'll get your toys. Like, it just, but what I was didn't realize at the time was I was grinding against their natural inquisitiveness and their natural curiosity and their energy. So what instead I started to do was, all right, here's a problem statement, that we're wrangling with. Here's the stuff. You've got 15 minutes. Go nuts. Build, make, explore, bring things together. Just don't think that that's what we're doing. Don't think you're going to be like, oh, good, I made it. No, because you haven't done any empathy. You haven't. So what do you discover from doing that? Tell me what did you put together, explain what you made, and what this thing is that you're wrangling with. And now let's set that aside. Now let's talk about our user. Now let's do a user map. Who's going to use what we made? What are the questions we need to find out? All right, cool. Now you're going to do some empathy. Now you're going to go talk to some people. Bring that back to your model. Well, I had to take apart my model. You didn't let me keep it. That's why you took pictures. All right? And now we're going to take your pictures, get your picture out. And if we're talking tech integration, you can do something like Thingy, where you can mark it up with empathy evidence. Oh, cool. The thing I made totally tied into what this person said. Yay! Whoa, this person said this, and nothing in my model has anything to do with that. So the idea is just you don't need to think about these as first you have to do this and this and this and this. The big sign in my classroom says, have you empathized yet? The key is before you get to that place where you're assessing and you're saying whether or not they can learn what they're supposed to learn, or your team has said, we're done, or hey, we're ready to get this out to and showcase this. Have you empathized yet? Have you identified your user, and have you done any work towards not making sure, but better ensuring that what you designed is actually meeting the needs of people you think is going to be. And however you get there is fine. However the process is of getting there. In the group we were working this morning, we were working on the maker space. We went from designing a space to designing a course to designing a political strategy. It's this is where we ended up going through in our work, because you start realizing that your original problem isn't the real problem. It's this other problem. And this other problem. And it may not, the problem that you actually have to work with might not be the fun problem. At all. And we're like, no, not at all. So in the experiment mode that we're about to go into, remember that it's about being playful, and it's about letting that play inform ideas, and let anything happen. Any crazy idea. I know a lot of people already started talking about, what we should do is, right? And we were saying that kind of early in the empathy phase, and I heard during empathy interviews around supernatural thing to do. Not supernatural. Super space natural tendency to start saying, so what if, and you start asking these what do you think about this idea? What do you think about this idea, right? And people start giving you responses, and that's cool. But what you've already started to do there is you've already started to lock yourself into a possibility, into an idea, and you've been getting feedback based on the idea you've given, rather than finding out what their needs are, or what their, So it's just something to think about. Whatever your current idea is, I'm not saying scrap it. I'm saying let yourself still be open. You're not locked in there. Be playful, mess around. That's what all this stuff is up here for. People think in all different ways. There's a ton of research that suggests being tactile, being kinesthetic, and being visual opens pathways to solutions that your brain is not typically allowing you, because we don't live in that space nearly enough. We tend to think in words, especially educators. We tend to think in a world of words and lists and charts and those sorts of things. Use stuff. Make prototypes. Build models. How would I build a model of the thing I'm going to? We're talking about a process. How do you build a model for a process? There's all sorts of ways. I can tell you 1,000 ways, but me telling you isn't you doing it. The idea of think representational. Think about how you might show it. If you're uncomfortable in building physically, all the more reason to try it, because you can't hurt anything here. All of this stuff is to use. There's Legos. There are dry erase boards if you want to doodle and you come up with ideas there. There's clipboard so you can go grab some paper and work elsewhere. There's blank paper. There's lots and lots of paper. There's lots of index cards. Doodling and drawing and mapping things out that way. Try to get away from words. Try to get away from words, says the guy who says a lot of things. But it really helps. A lot of times in the process of trying to explain your idea using this, you realize, oh, I can't express this in words, the thing that I'm trying to get across. But now I can. Now it makes sense. Or, why won't this work? Why can't I make this work? Oh, maybe my idea needs some help. Maybe it's because there's a stinky problem in my idea. Like, that's not gonna work. And I'm just now realizing it because I'm holding up a piece of string and a domino. You never know. You never know what opens it up. So be playful, try things, and feel free still if you're like, you know what, I've been working on this problem all day, I want to go work on another problem. Go for it. It's okay. It's EdCamp. There's no harm, no foul in that. No one's gonna. Now the coaches are gonna be offended. Now the teammates are gonna be offended. Work on the thing that you care about right now. And so go and come back in this room at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Wait, are we experimenting or are we?
Okay.
Yes.
Glad you said that. Because I was gonna run around and say things in a minute. We'll say it now. At 2 o'clock, what we would like is each group to have something that they can demonstrate to the rest of the group. You're going to join our production phase. We're going to keep that down to like 15 minutes at the end at 2 o'clock. We're going to go 2 to 2:15 of showcasing in here and getting feedback. So we're going to showcase in here. We're going to use these tables to set stuff up. Okay. So create models and then plan on having them available for here and to within your team present 2 to 3 minute explanation of the
Elevator pitch.
Elevator pitch. Think about it like an elevator pitch. Okay? Good question. Great question. All right, we good? Go to it. Make. Or as it sounds like great big make. Hey.
We have decided
Yeah, I'm gonna head out back up to my space.
You want to check in with those guys and see if you want to. Really want to go.
Just producing a visual of whatever it is they're thinking in these terms. Right back.
How's the burrito?
You just can't go wrong. Oh, I did the chorizo, rice and beans. Just that, what's that feeling of being full? Like, it's not like in a gross way. It's good food. But it's energizing. I know.
I could eat there. If I could have one of those,
yes.
We used to have like a big mouth burrito, and it was good, but it was greasy.
Yeah. There's nothing like that. Yeah.
Wow, it looks like that's another truck that they just bring out in.
Oh, well,
Right?
so
Okay, now I know why the filmmaker does that. It's like, hey, I want that.
All right, where are you guys at? Who's speaking in on
So,
Yes, sir.
okay, so you were asking me?
That's what I was asking. That's what that's the exact question. That's the exact question. What's next? We got some options. Because we made a, right? We didn't really get a chance to talk about feedback. Right. So that model is upstairs. You can go upstairs and bring it down. I can go bit and bring it down. I brought it to the grocery upstairs.
Dan, these make perfect transporters.
Like for other things besides pizza? Repurposing.
So I think you need to bring them for one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just
We'll put the model here in the work.
I'll go grab it. when you talk about feedback, feedback, we can kind of do it. Because Kate made it.
I'm gonna add to it, right?
Like, looking at it, like, people both like Hornet. What we like about it is you can see about the model. Because I think it knows some things, but I think there's other things.
Yes.
Right? Cool. Good. Alright, I'll go grab it. You guys clean up the space. It's gonna be awesome. You go, oh, we're gonna all, and the whole world wants to do it. Oh, even better. Cool. Alright, I'll go grab it.
And you were out so good. That's all. No,
I gotta give it away.
So I was like, I know I'm more than just.
Oh, yeah, are you good?
Sorry. There we go. Thanks. Maybe something that has more sketchy. So, it might be that one, but it finds itself in more. Where the extremity.
That's one. Thanks a lot.
So, do you want to start with these? We give ourselves support and what problems are we solving. That's what we figure out. So we give ourselves 1 minute to just. Yeah, so what are we doing with things to sketch? We're working together. Right. So there's different
But if we're trying to promote getting to a higher level, we kind of need to make sure that we show the real value. And then maybe sometimes the best choice is the same story. All right. Maybe that might continue.
Because we also, Jeff had this month.
Yes, Jeff has it.
But he was great. That's that. Stop that. I'm just making a sweet, like, Star Destroyer convenience center. It's just a bridge. And Grandma Karkin, you're on to me. You know what it says on my license plate, right? X-Wing. Oh, does it? I'm an Uber Star Wars nerd. Plus, I made the people at Target like find me another Poe Dameron X-Wing because I could only find one. I've been the kitty kit that came out with it. I can only find one. Like, can't take just one to my house because my kid takes it. And I'll never see it. Oh, like a little mini scissors now came out with the mini scale chip. It's got a power package and Target on the boosters. You know, and so they usually have like, usually lame too. They do like a star shot or something. Something that's not really great, but they have so I'm like, please give me more. They were all like going through the. I just. So
And then What does it look like? What does this look like? What's less? Yeah, what I don't look like. I think that doesn't look like. Somebody's like,
Jeff's odds control.
Pay no attention to the mandatory scenes or the semi-permeable membrane.
Where did Henry go?
Red being like beginner. What do you think is too far? Over green. Green. So green would be
Yeah, did you really like pieces of cardboard? Oh wait, here's one.
I didn't, but your purpose of those boxes are.
I have a lot of those things.
You know what I had?
Didn't really matter what it was.
Yeah, we see
Like
it.
that. That's cool. That thing you had that was awesome. It didn't look like an engine block or something.
does it also correspond with like the thing like ceremonies? Like this is 4 times more complex than ice. Are we writing
Okay,
anything?
so we got the model.
I don't think defining it, and then there's skills that have to be.
So let's use
No,
that.
that's why
Use that rosebud thorn.
Not at all.
Feedback on it.
What
are things that look like about case?
So is there, well, then what are we, where do we describe what these different levels are?
I guess we just have.
Should there
I
be
like-
something that's like that?
Yeah, that's
We
not
had
gorgeous, but
described.
like we, I'm trying to think. I'm glad we agreed.
Yeah.
But
Goals, so what your goals are at this level.
I just, like at least how I'm thinking it in my mind. Those are the things I have to work on. Because I think as a guy, it gives me a place to think about, like, where am I either? Like, I don't want to give them everything. Like, I want these kids to be able to design things, engage in things that they're passionate about. I don't want to, like, use up all these people. But other than that, oh, yeah, but I have to have these pieces to know where I, you know, like the guidepost for me. Where do you know the check-in work? Where do I make sure that
When I think of these as prompts. So, what is it? Keeping their idea on the track. Where are
I want to stay in the middle.
So, but, okay, so that's interesting. So I think it's going to be said several what are the people that are going to be like doing this class? Like they're going to be who need to figure out where to put these skills. You know what I mean? Like who's going to teach them? Like is it going to be marketing people? Is it going to be cake? Is it like that? So it's crazy, right?
They don't know. I'm more of this guy.
But that's important. Like, that's a super hard place for you. Like, from my perspective, that's a really hard goal.
I guess I'm trying to. Do I just let that go?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like I
Is
get
that
like
still our ultimate?
like say I get
motivation, or just
instead it's
that?
like okay, that's what I do. I'm just like that's my work with her and bring it to you.
That's a bad.
See that.
Right.
Where is
Yeah, I value
this?
that.
If it's
Which is that,
where am I?
is it equivalent to
And that's the work.
be unaware?
To be productive.
Be aware.
Seriously.
That it's just a.
You could potentially, in the space of your first of this being a thing.
So I want to do anything about it. And again, and then
But I'm not going to be teaching extreme lessons of knowledge. I'm not going to be coaching.
and so then with
Watch and encourage, right? And then the next week, be like, what happens if I step completely out now? Or what if I'm just a great knowledge giver?
Well, yeah, we have to add great back. Where I relate to you, my son. The kid starts driving, and I go to that's my struggle with it. I gotta go back on doing too much. You know, if I say, oh, here's these good things, what to do when you're from here.
Right, right.
But, you know, yeah, for something works for you. We talked about the.
I'll do you a favor.
And I go over this group. These guys are going. My own personal.
Yes.
People giving it to me.
they like their
So that's the advantage.
and
Well, that's
I guess I don't outline so in different.
not like whereas over here. Exactly.
That's fine.
So this model.
But,
I'll take that. So yeah, you're curriculum, yeah.
Is there anything else you like about
Well,
this
like,
particular?
Let me take that load for you, a little bit of it, whatever.
I really like
If
the
there's
correct
any,
presentation.
I'm just kind of introducing it.
So that's the first step.
Awareness and acknowledgement.
Does that seem like the three stakeholders that are like that? Is there a group that doesn't seem to be on there? This kind of gets into the like how it's shown, right? So is there an opportunity here? Is there another set of stakeholders or?
there's, to me, there's two different. I'll make one, there's a few that will be engaged with the students. Like there are students who work with the community, solve problems, or address issues, stuff like that. But there's also the part of that even use that impact bias. I think a unique relationship is, no, I understand for the students. It's one thing for them to have a relationship with someone that working side by side, but there's another.
So what's the next one?
And think about it. So we have students.
Awareness and then the
They're gonna be a connected like if this is really something that our passionate about, the experience. So that relationship is our relationship. I mean, to me, that's the last thing. That I carry a piece inside that I always.
So there's like, what are the actions? What are the? Is there a way?
So.
Yes, there's a lot of work. It's both, so yeah, we're doing research on parent solution. Okay, I'm gonna give you a symbol, and I'm gonna show you all the resources, and I'm gonna get you started on the note taking to capture. And you pretty much told me what the topic is, but we haven't sat down and like you give me the
these components this week. Who do we want to use?
So it's kind of a, if she wants to interject something like, oh yeah, we just awesome, like we have that's where I so she's next door and
I saw the one there. Me too.
I could draw, so.
How long have you guys been there?
I've been there for 6 years. This is my second year teaching.
So I don't teach. I'm the tech book.
all the classes in the school, so I can't necessarily come over.
He's good. He's good.
Well, that's another question. So I've met my graduations.
It's like a,
Just like dying to see what happens because I'm being done with my side. I'll put it in there.
was like, oh, no, you want to make so they work.
So these are my.
That's great. I want to make so they work.
So if there was a way to.
And it's more like, that's what the class they call the school board meetings. At least now, because we have a college and do it, kids are they're like live and broadcasting. So we got a control room so they can live broadcast it. So they're actually they're learning like that's actually standing on the camera, like that's just like setting up the table. So all that just goes back to like the different things. Just thinking about what possibilities. Okay, I want to share something to a team. I'm trying to turn up my jealous. So much. We're turning into something else. It's like Red Dawn. Your parents, you know, it's look at this. What boards do you see? What about the model as
Trying to stay away from the educational
I don't know. Well, that might be a limitation of the model, right? We like the model because holistic models are good holistic model, right? One of the points about the model is that how they go about doing it. And it's okay. It's what it is, right? Right now. But when you go back to the focus, you are split the problems. Like this kind of trauma, these are the 3 goals for kids. That's a fun thing for this.
No, we have not. I think we have talked about it, but never articulated it.
Those are guidelines, like those are essentially guidelines. Right? We're gonna get on the record and say,
right.
Like, yes, we want to do it. Figure out a way for us to share time. Figure out what's
Sure, yeah, because, right, they will be
What I'm doing is I'm build reference show beyond the
right, yes. Yeah, the advocacy. Yes.
You don't know what that necessarily is, but it's something.
Guidance is just really big. Guidance is where we have to get in. That's what we have to like find it because they're registered.
So that's, I feel like you guys, that's you. Future, making a all of us have this other person. You got curriculum coordinators, you got building, they're all gonna be on board. One of the functions. Right.
We already mentioned that.
Right. Looking into, like, I don't know where they're at, are they at?
They will be very short.
Yeah, example.
So when you're doing it, you're asking about these relationships. Because what's important is going to be core to this experience. And if they're not comfortable with it, you might not want to hire them. So we really need them to be able to help you with it. Right?
Right.
All about how are you
That's right. You're always just sort of.
Right, where you're sort of, right? Tell me about your, have you worked with kids before? Right, when I'm thinking about like wood shop, right? They might not be asking questions, and not about what needs to be, but need to be conflict, right? They'll be helpful for them, right? You know, we'll leverage point and say, you don't really want to come up and say, this should be like, and I'd like to do this, wood shops and something.
And to tweak the wording, I was just trying
there are ways of doing that, you know, so like, that may not be an issue for your school at all. So people have to be able to look at it and say, oh, that's not your needs to be by. I mean,
it's like great, yeah. You can calm down. I appreciate that I can get through it. That's good. I'm not sure. The whole workshop.
Right, yeah. You're not doing the same skills.
And a lot of times, and it might be like going out and walking through the space. It's like going along. Absolutely. Where I don't want to feel like, hey, you know what, the guy who has a saw and a drill is really the most important. I would have thought that.
Might not be, some people might not have a little bit.
You came on to like help us out there. And if they're completely awesome, I don't think it has to be a. When we were first talking earlier, it sounded like a real concern, like what if this guy is like doesn't buy into this stuff.
I mean, it's one thing, it's one of our, we had a jargon that said, hey, we want one of the key things to you, the kids who don't normally never put stuff together and that experience. So, but this, I don't think I've ever heard anyone really trying to like, or that we got together and said, you want to do makerspace. We don't really care about the inquiry or the, we want kids to, you know, really their creative. We have that in our school, actually. We have a makerspace, great, a wood shop and metal shop, great makerspace in that. So I mean, I don't want that to go away from our school. I think it's valuable in our school environment. And I think it's really valuable for employee class at the same time. But I think it can be really power. I'm not feeling like, and I mean, I think it's great. Into the process. Really lost that very I just picture in my mind. And this is like this part about like having like a chance of really not just saying I don't care about this, but to really go to the point. Because to me, everything is not just about like being able to understand something. That's one. I think we carry that with me. The way that you empower this stuff, the way you address this stuff.
Yes.
That's really.
Right? I know, it's very, yes. It's not just building opportunity, it's building in this. Obviously, as you do these things. And
understand action on it.
Yes.
Not just only be able to understand. Look, I understand. This means a lot to me. But I can do something about it. You know, I have the ability to make a difference.
And you guys have to make it right? And then it's the
to figure out how to do it.
I'm gonna learn about these real problems.
Right. And do a lot of research and all this stuff.
To the point I make a difference.
Right.
Not, oh, you know what?
I feel sorry, yeah.
So the goal is to move the 3 jars.
Stay here. You have awareness, right? It's like where at different times you can take the jar out front. Right? That's being driven by the problem, right? The problem is going to help us, but we're constantly keeping calibrating. You know what? The problem is because they want to wait, so they learn more. Wait a minute, we ignored what the actual problem is. Like, we've got to be caught up in. in the making,
Right.
caught up in the tinkering.
Well,
the model was nice. Right.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So one of the things I really like about story is it's the value of having kids having an opportunity to visualize.
We get fixated on
Think about the quality, like this is service conversation started for us. What I was thinking, we're gonna figure
And that was lifelong skills or learning.
You got some
I'm gonna feed phones to the kids.
because I think, yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
that's
feed
all I
phones,
can
right,
say.
yeah. That's what I'm
Right,
like.
I guess I would ask everything.
She's a gentle, delicate flower.
Tell me one is.
Totally off subject. One of my first Southern jobs.
Yeah.
I did was animated.
Okay.
All of us did.
Oh, yeah.
And my image on that picture is 100% off.
My picture is a sweet
Right, that's turns out.
One person.
Oh, kids down, much more fun.
And their brains have like a shared, like.
Oh, if the pictures of us from 1999 were determinants of who we are now.
Does that make sense?
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. They were bad years.
they were amazing.
Oh, the stories that we find.
What I was thinking about, like, if this, you know,
That's what I love.
what if we take this kid, what if this kid are partners, right? What if we just, what if we started to just kind of prototype what this kid goes through? And just explain what it is, right? And we can make strands, and we can do whatever, but just kind of use this, keeping this free kind of better, right? And get this kid. Because I want to kind of go to your question. What might happen? You don't do it.
Like actual activities, like actual, like what actually. But this is where people are, so it's free. Designs.
Okay, cool. So it's great. We'll call this design sprint. And we'll identify this. What do you think, like, the parameters on that design sprint might be? That would help. So if you are teaching coding to what is it going to? Can it just be? And if
I'd ask them. What cops are you? Problems in our
Not necessarily.
I thought you have.
I think.
I want to say. Yeah, they can do it.
That would be like a
So
whole
what
day.
person is this spot?
I'm making sure.
So in these, I'm trying to use that. Think about different pieces. Blue, gray, white, purple.
So there's what extent
Are different assessments. They're one of the first things that they're doing. In that first week. So say there's a problem. You're doing some like uncovering of like, what are the discovery things, right? What is it? You can also ask questions. What right? So let's start building some lists. Let's start building some real lists, not just like complaint lists, but okay, so complaint. So like, what I don't think it is so. So, you know, the first couple of days, we come back to this night, this gives me like, all right, so we're gonna build out our list of problems, right? And then maybe identify for themselves, and then they also go and do some inquiry around them and start asking people, maybe they're quote unquote or perfect. That first week is let's go find out what the problems are. And it doesn't have to be empathy. Like that doesn't have to be a lot of information. You know, and they could figure out what are the possibilities that we could do that. What are the ways to find out what the problems are. These are what we perceive as problems. What are the problems that we're not seeing?
And this is
And so at this point, we're empathy building because it's like Amber's like,
yeah,
but it's
right.
guided by that one.
Right. And so, yeah. Yeah, we're playing this in one end, right? This could be the picture.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? Kids don't want to go to work. Like, we all these kids want to talk. Nobody's hiring teenagers. We solve that problem. Right? Not the culture program. I don't know, like, right? Figure it out. But right? But you don't have to do that. I'm not gonna agree. But we make this list. What's the cheerleader say? Come on, guys! How about you now? But where's the hammer? I don't know. So you build that out, you look at your friends, and maybe you identify. Hey, here's the first three. Right? These are for you see it. We're going to identify the first three. Next through. This is some of this stuff. That's right. That's really great. And potentially, and one of the evaluations you guys have these towns you're working on, and one of the kids you should also have is like completely individual that they're working with capsules as they're doing the process, and they're working with separate challenge there. It's like it's their passion project. There's kids actually here's a passion project, right? And they're going to carry that with them. That's the one person. Or carry that with them. As they're learning steps, I should have to work on that on the side, right? But now I've got these ideas here. And then they have to identify them in that same week. Like, so what is that? Or maybe make it, they don't have to decide it then. So, it's one channel, so they have a second process.
Right.
So, all right, actually put the things we know. Into a sprint. I wrote things. Right. Standard. What if, well, what year? What if right. What I'm wondering now is once a week for the first. The difference is Monday morning is quick. Everybody goes, we're gonna sprint. And one of this, that's a very intentional in our
that we might
sprints.
not have necessarily thought
So
about.
guidance, as this people can because that could be one of those maybe we just sprint, focus on our skill for our parents, you know, like, why would they need to go down this level of the empathy curve? Whatever, really, this one is really fucking yeah, you can kind of custom tailor
So,
one that's gonna play to a different aspect of the
is
system.
that something that we like
It's time, alright, we're gonna do a complete experience on the back of music department, that's gonna be working on a bigger project. But Mondays are usually, and that could evolve from sprint Mondays
I think that's the point of actualizing it.
other kind of experimental Mondays or play Mondays or whatever you want to do. We were watching a documentary today. Like, we were watching this about, we're watching this documentary about. We're gonna do something completely, we're gonna have a guest speaker. Something that we kind of say like Mondays or
Of course it is.
Mondays or
Right.
whatever you want to call it. Yeah. A little bit of structure now. Alright, somebody else had that really works. What flame? So I think we keep, we keep moving down. We've been able to identify.
So actually,
School board, local problem. Probably hasn't. Maybe we got school-based problem,
Totally different.
right? And we got local problem, we're working on. And then you got kind of like. Maybe the kids, the school board, they want to do something like a huge.
no, we are.
Like, first time we did this, like, I want to say polar bears. Like, you're not, hey, bring it to you. You got 6 weeks. And I know your work ethic, you're not saying it. And it was true, you didn't say one, you stuck with that. Terrible idea. But we were trying to do, what we were trying to do.
For 4 weeks, you know. We switched, it's only 2 weeks left.
Right. That happens.
All secret things.
Oh.
There's like no one bullying her. Also needs a gun.
I think sorry. Where are we taking it now? How are we vibing on these possibilities?
So,
Just make it more clear. Here are some models.
I like the idea of like the kids having something that they lose the opportunity. Because to say, this is, it's an idea I had, it might not be. I don't want to talk about one of my things I really care about. One of the things we had in class is about parents. I still have an opportunity to care about. You have to get input. Get the dynamic part of how, instead of just being mad, I like others to think about that.
So there has to be enough.
So like how much is, so that a kid comes up and says,
Well, and they have to have your.
look at what we decided collectively.
You're gonna say this thing.
Isn't exactly what I'm most passionate about, but I scared you to hold on.
Then I'm talking to this
I'm
parent.
passionate about it and be engaged in the process that's.
Right. And maybe like, that's not what it's like, keep the fire still, right? Maybe Fridays or your ability to achieve that, to get them through 5 days a week, right? What if Fridays was me time? All right. Right.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah, you're
right. Right, 100% that. It's gonna be your one that you're working on. Take the stuff that we worked on this week, and give the skills to you. You want discovery school? It's what, Friday? It's all about discovery. It's all about you're a 5 hours you discover. You could do adventures. You can do adventures. What are you gonna watch? What are you gonna read? What are you gonna right? And accountability.
Yeah.
Hook me up. Show me what you read. Right? You're gonna fill out. Yeah, you're gonna fill out a paper. It's gonna be a form, right? Or it's gonna be a Google Drive. I need a link and I need an action. Right? You know what you read. And I want you to use this switch based. I want you to use. You're gonna use this text evidence literacy strategy. Right? So it's gonna prove. I want to see. And I can send you.
That'd be pretty good.
I use a Google Sheet, like I said before. Just Google it. You better this is just a variation, basically what I do. So, what's your ethics? Right? So put a picture. This is entity ethics. So, it's a picture of your. This is a picture of. Screenshot of your survey. Like, say you did survey monkeys. Google Forms are better, but people do survey monkeys and think it doesn't work that, but it doesn't. Like, oh, there's another one design looking that Google Forms I can't remember the name of it, but I think it makes it for free.
Okay, yeah.
That's the thing. Survey monkeys, you can't do something with it. But you take screenshots, right? It's your design feature. So, say, this person, here's a screenshot of the girls work in the interview. Here's the design feature that connects to. Like, I use this. How do you get NFT that is on your design? All right, I saw this. This is what they said. So, I took this feature. They were saying that they were really concerned about so make sure we identify. What changes might make this into consideration? I might have separate pieces. Right. Because I put them all together in one, I might make this right. But it brings it back to paving where like discover. It's a dream. What did you see? Find a screenshot, you make a quote, can you text evidence that says, this is connected to what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, right. This is research that backs up what it is.
Right? And it's just.
Or doesn't back up.
Or doesn't back up. Or it's yes, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's good opportunity to talk about. Right. And all this can go back to just is it summative assessment? But there is
I like it though, because it's way too much.
it's like any action of well intentionally collection and intentional collection of formative.
That's right, exactly. When you look at it together, you go,
oh, all the evidence is here that can help things. This is for 80 minutes. That's exactly right?
Yes.
This is. You just had it on like the group understanding this it's just it's assuming everything
right. And it's not really, I'm not really assessing this actually. I'm assessing all these little things along the way, which everyone would be assessing.
I just
when they come together, but
right. Collectively,
it's still evidence that they can do it.
That's what you so as you go through the phases. It's just making
right.
And it doesn't have to be all written out either. Like it's still you can sketch note it, doodle it, audio record, you can send it in the hall, your audio, whatever you want. You just need it, you just have to. It's It's like all my guys like, oh, I know basketball should have something.
Right.
Like it's true though. I haven't had a kid yet successfully do an amazing project. Yes.
Right.
I'm just like,
You totally solved the problem. Did you any of this?
you didn't prove your thinking once.
It should have gone to sleep. Right.
Right. And as we go through the process, you go, all right, guys, I'm not larger materials. I'm not like you can use stuff as their like, hey guys, no.
Right.
No one's building. Right. That's can be a two-edged sword. Right. Depending on the kids. Right. Because then they might just show down.
Yeah.
But there's certain benchmarks and certain moments where they're going to be like, you know, in my room, like even somebody else can call you're like, you're not afraid.
No.
You're not. That thing's not turning off until I see evidence.
Right.
But I need to see evidence that you have it. I need to see evidence that you have discovered. I need to see what you have. See what your team has. See what you have.
I remember that too.
Great evidence. So I turn back on this. Just find those things that matter. Yeah, you're not going to do it. You're not going to like we're going to go out and do this. Which I think is giving the biggest hurdles that place, right? Everyone is going to be everybody that is discovering. We're going to Jackson Lab this week. But we're going on Thursday. You know, I told you last week we're going.
That's right. Yeah.
You got to get this class. You need to spend more time at home to go home. Thursday was going. Yes, which is like what? Yes, we're like we're staying here and you're sitting in school. Yeah, you're in school. You know, that's right. I really like that. Yes, we're sitting. We go film. I don't know why you're talking. Oh no, the shoes. See these parts? That camera doesn't take all the long. Like none of it's gonna do anything. Like the design process. That's why I was saying earlier, we're gonna go through the process. But then they get back to like, he said this John, you gotta let people have their fun and do that. It's not. People say design is just like, oh, whatever.
Right, like, yes.
Like, yeah, right. You have to deliver. Yeah. Or you can't get hung up on that in my future of process. Like, if you get frustrated with that stuff, you're not going to almost cross their heart. Let the wrong thing dictate. That's what you call it. And that's not it's like upstairs, we got caught up. Right. Like our conversation started going towards like, and that was big. And we started getting to watching things. Instead, it was like, so yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because it moved us. Yeah.
I mean, this is where the community has to be.
Well, so far we've got what the usual EdCamp. Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's do it, right? So let's recap. What do you guys, I'm talking about. What do you guys think?
A little bit now to some of the needs in terms of the.
I like to do different things like this is basically
Yeah.
This is really
Things you actually say we're going to agree to. That's the case we all agree that.
One of the issues I said to see or mentioned earlier is picking process.
This is your mission, like which.
Yeah. Whether it's and I'm not there yet. I think all these things. I push E. It's not I understand. No, I've got no other reason. It's the one that I've worked with. It's one I work you go to design thing.
See it.
Very specific. You know, I teach it as well. I use this here. Right.
I can't. Oh, really?
This is you go to a website. She calls them widgets. They're hard to for most but it's like through the middle page you chose. Like too much. Yeah, like I was in the object administration. It's like my concrete. It's like oh, I can't.
And then we went to
it's just like they might not you choose where you go. Put it in. Discover one day, next, and then you have your 20% day or your sprint day, right? Yeah. So your first weeks could be like sprints, then bigger sprints, then bigger sprints, right? You could structure it out. The language the kids are going to encounter will be the same. School's cool too. It's not and there's like this high gates. It's not 9 steps. It's 5 or 6 steps. Like especially like if you want to just be there, they'll tell you. Right. I'm not thinking like ideating and I get like that's just and I think it's about taking a single idea. I'll tell you what if this one fits is just we can sit around and go like, well, do we ever do something? No, we said, all right, we'll start with this. Like I hate it. So I'm the only one that have been encouraged that. Because it's designed. Right. All these other ones were designed for reasons. This is designed to be and there's that sort of stuff.
What is the key? Value the education that makes it.
They have to run on.
Very
well entrenched.
So the one that
Well entrenched.
so
Yeah, that's a great question.
So and I play nice with but knowing that I know is like where do they go? They don't need it. She's doing she's consulting. That's what
She's consulting on the process.
yeah, she goes all over the place right now.
And then all the problems they have are metals.
And she's totally somebody.
I was to say, I mean, you're gonna have her, coach us.
Yeah, have both of them.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Have her, like, that's something that. I'm gonna be right. That's something I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
I'm going to Denver.
Yes.
So, I'm happy to like. I'll work with you guys.
Before we have you come on.
It's on the table. And here too. I've got pretty good ones. Everybody's cool.
Right, yeah. Yeah. I think that's one year on
I think this, that talk about like what's a real need, what's a real, real frame of our classes. But I think once you have like an agreement on these essential I think if we have nothing this is how we're building for it. For us there, I think pretty much like where will we get and instead of being too intentional, I just started with the kids and instead of really worrying like there's an experience I think that we all understand that was there as the foundation. Like this part of it, this, we've always said over and over, and then this means a lot. So that eventually ends up being structure. We're smart enough to see that. And we enrich over time.
My cautionary tale. Teach them the process, remember to use the process yourself. It's the reason why I like this. Use the thing, the process to teach you to the art. You don't think about that. You don't think, oh, you're like, oh, we're concentrating revision. Every thing I'm doing, like classroom social work, now you're like, okay guys, we're gonna be pre-ready. It's work like that. Once you see peer editing, you don't think of peer editing as an experience. Right? But if you do it, you start thinking about what can I track looking at a film. Okay, you guys made 30-minute movies, 30 seconds. Like 3-minute movies. Like, let's get some feedback, right? The feedback round is around like, what do you look for? What do you look for? Right now, let's compare that to what I do. Right?
Yeah, right.
I started doing you guys where they should be instead of evaluating. Yeah, see if you can figure it out from my Like, that's great.
In your life, I know.
Right now.
Sure. Some of the scores. So if I say, see, if everybody's I didn't get it like I just send it out and be like, I don't know what it's I don't know what it is. So,
Just all the souls.
Sorry, interrupted. Just waste time. It's time to get. I know.
No, well,
it's now. I need to make sure especially all right, folks, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we're going to share out. In 2 minutes, we're going to share out and do our production, our little pitches and our next phase. So our produce phase. We're only 10 minutes behind. That's good. We're not going to run late on getting out of here. That's a guarantee. Because they'll come in here and throw us all out. It'll be like showtime at the Apollo.
I just saw looking out there, actually the front of the house.
Cool.
Very great.
Hey, how are we doing on door prizes? Cool.
You want to do that right at
Yeah. I want to do that right after sure.
Thanks.
Holy cow.
Just sounds
I'll tell you, I ate there last night. We had burgers there last night.
Yeah,
You just realized that was on
Okay, so the last time we went to
one viewer, two viewers. I get in front of it, more people show up. Let's see how many more show up.
So I'm going to.
Oh, no, probably not.
Well, you must not have any furniture.
No. Don't feel this. That's very no, it's yeah,
Really okay. 10 years and
while we were there for the inspection,
Hey, we are ready to do our final phase, production phase. NDT produce is not about the final product. It's more about feedback. So what we're going to do, we're going to do these very quick pitches of our ideas. I'm going to hold people to 2 minutes so that we can get feedback. And then we'll have time for questions. Great, thank yous and goodbyes and keep in touch and all that good stuff. And we'll be out of here. Yes, promise on the agenda.
Yep, and you'll go right down to Blaze and have a.
Go right to Blaze. Yay, Blaze! Yay, the Blaze! You're right there. I highly recommend the Barrel Souls yellow. It is a delicious orangey beer. Barrel Souls is sake, by the way. It's fantastic, and I have a friend that good friends with the owners. They're like, yay! So buy their beer. Go there. Okay. Who wants to start us off? All right.
Well, we talked about how integrating technology out with educators is very important. You know, some educators are a little hesitant to do it. So you come up with some prompts that you could use to help. And what we said is with these prompts, you could, I'm going to show that you could maybe give them apps or approaches that students could do to answer those prompts, middle school and high school. You kind of say, answer this question any way you can. Teachers, give them free reign to solve it. They get a question above the day. Or if they're hesitant, give them free tools to solve it. So some prompts we had were literary, like speed dating is a good way to do it. A timeline of 5 different events have to present any way they can on 5 different timeline events. Researching an animal, present. That's sort of like what I'm going to be doing in the next couple weeks. I'm going to give them 5 different ways, show them 5 different ways to present, and then they can choose whichever one they want to do. How to, they can choose video or any app or thing. And and then configure personas above the main animal, or like whatever it is, we get into present out. Then we made this nice little model here. Okay.
So here's our model for it. In the middle are the learning objectives. On the outside, we have the different levels, and we've got all kind of digital tools on the outside. And we have some help putting them on there by a young expert. How are we in time?
That's time. Awesome, awesome. Any notices that we want to give these folks? Things that you noticed about the project?
Can we just stick with our how might be?
Yes.
Kind of lead into this, because that kind of is the lead. So the lead in was how might we inspire and compel educators to redefine student learning through the integration of digital tools. So it was really all about not just like, let's kind of get them to use technology. If they're going to use technology, they really need to rethink student learning in general. So it wasn't just kind of add-on. So it was how might we inspire and compel educators to redefine student learning through the integration of digital tools. And the thrust behind this, these 3 hours of school teachers was actually have students, okay, be given a prompt and then use technology to solve it, and then educate the teachers as to how they were doing that. So that dialogue would begin, and that the impetus behind this, the empathetic part of it, is that that's what the students need. They need us, the teachers, to understand technology. This gives them the opportunity to do that.
I was going to say, that's just loving it.
We worked on that.
So any notices? Any like, oh, I noticed. Any wonders?
Any, like, you nailed it.
I just want to, as a sort of coach, facilitator, whatever for this group, really loved how it kept coming back to the student learning outcomes are the ultimate goal. But how do we empathize, not just with the students, but with the teachers that are going to help them get there? And I think that that was just a really wonderful focus of the group, that it's not just about meeting students where they are, it's about meeting teachers where they are and engaging everyone in that learning process. So great job.
And digital tools is not just like Microsoft Word or PowerPoint, it's actual ways to present it.
Right. I really like and noticed that your problem statement changed from how do we integrate technology to how do we change learning, how to transform learning. Like, and that is huge. It speaks to like, I think speaks to the process of working through a process where you can redefine the problem, and it's okay to do that as opposed to typical committee work where you're like, let's sit down and look at chart paper. I call it chart paper purgatory, where everyone sits at a table and they write things down, but the problem never changes because no one says, you know what we're actually working on isn't the right problem. Like, that's not the real solution. So I like that you evolved your thinking as you went. That's awesome. Awesome. Let's go right over. Yeah. Let's work around the room over here.
So we had the daunting task of proficiency-based education.
Small problem.
Small problem. We had to start with that crisis while we were doing it. Yeah. So I think the question started off as what is reasonable, and then that evolved into how can we actualize this, recognizing that we've got parents, teachers, and students. No two are ever the same or in the same place. So we have a diorama thing here that is supposed to represent 3 components of proficiency, if we're trying to define proficiency, as being autonomy, complexity, and content. So each Molson White model represents one of those components, and then the Jenga blocks are, I guess, the increasing standards that go along.
We definitely got lost in the weeds, which I think was a good thing. That seems to be really where most systems are right now, is the weeds of managing what is the appropriate level of autonomy, what is the appropriate level of time is the variable versus rates are due on April, whatever. And so what we kept coming back to is the idea of, as a local district, you have choice over standards, that you can set those. And this is definitely come up in multiple circles that I've been in, where we oftentimes think that performance indicators are the standards and they're not. So you can boil and condense things down back to what are the actual standards. I do think that really would be a lot of the anxieties that I've seen. So that's where we're at. I have no idea where we're going from there.
But still, it's something that you didn't have before. You get to a question that was about how might we actualize, how might we actualize the frequency-based learning, which is it's a different verb than you typically see, which is really cool.
I think one of the big fears from talk about this is just such a huge change. There's so many things to change. Well, what could we bring back to our schools and districts with our systems that we currently have? What could we do differently in our rooms, in our buildings, in our districts? Just to start, right? What's the best starting point that this kind of makes sense? When you look at this whole big mess of things that have changed, possibly schedules and grade levels and grading and all this stuff, it becomes just a nebulous mess, right? And so how might we be able to just simplify one at a time? Journey without miles, start with the first step. What's the first step?
Excellent. Any notices from other people in the room on this one?
What's the thing? Oh, I'm sorry, I did not explain that. The idea is that it depends upon how the referendum goes in November. There are levels to your learning, and so then eventually it's to more heavily cloud, nebulous learning.
How many people, this is a quick poll, how many people in your districts, in the impact areas, that the work towards proficiency-based has that there's a clearly defined process for working to that? Like that you know, oh, this is our process. How many there's no process being used? It's like, oh, this is how we go about solving problems. Right? Right? I'm not raising my hand either. Yeah. Right? Because I can't be a prophet in your backyard. It's something like this. Like one of the reasons I'm trying to like push DT so hard in this state is we're dealing with big problems like this, where we have local control to come up with the solutions. Right? We don't have someone telling us you have to do it this way, which is different for a lot of states. A lot of states, there's some faceless entity at the top that's coming down saying you have to do it this way. We have an opportunity, but what we don't have very often is capacity for dealing with that opportunity. Like we have local control, we don't know how to function local control, right? Design thinking, a version of this could be a gateway towards, hey, I'm gonna tell us how what our solution needs to be. We need a process for doing it. And if this is starting to ring true, that's something you can bring. That's a bring backable on Monday. Say, hey, for whatever your team is that you're working with, that you're like, wow, we have problems we're constantly trying to solve. What if our committee work this summer was structured around a process that looks more like this than like what we typically do, which is let's sit around and complain
and spin wheels.
And spin wheels and say, wouldn't it be nice if 200 or 300 times? If I say it's because I've said it. Like, it's not like, oh, Dan never deals with that. It's like, no, I constantly, I have to remind myself when I'm surrounded in those systems that I don't think like that with my students. And doing that in our communities and our teams and our districts and our XYZs.
They think too, just segue off of that, the intentional conversations we're talking about.
say there were a lot of public meetings, we're expecting the public to come and talk. We get 6 people to show up.
Right.
I don't know if that's an intentional conversation where you're already going to the places where the parents are and forcing them to have conversations.
And speaking to that too, those meetings, how many times do you go to a strategic meeting that involves a chart paper and people sitting in it and an administrator standing by with a marker and saying, all right, I'm here to write down what you have to say. And that's the strategic meeting, right? And then no one says anything, and then the feedback is, no one really had anything to say. It's like, no, they had tons of stuff to say, but we use the same format for trying to solve a problem, right? It's not really a problem-solving mechanism, right? It's not ill-intentioned. Like, it's good intentions, but there's no problem-solving mechanism in place. Today was just one possible problem-solving mechanism.
So I just want to encourage you as the official, but you have the absolute right and capacity to have those conversations, even if people aren't having them. So as teachers, we often sit back and we say, well, administrations get their head in the wrong place and we can't get anything done here. Do it anyway. Have a meeting. Go to your house on Saturday. Came here on Saturday. Why not go to your own district on Saturday? Get people together and do this.
Steal your kids' Legos. Bring them to a meeting and build some stuff, build some models, right? Come around, set up some ideas. Take those pictures back, you know, put them on a slideshow. Make sure you like blur out all the alcohol and or any other type of fun that you might have. You know, by more fun I mean harder drugs. That you might be enjoying. And then you know share it, right? Get together in any way you want and be transparent about it. Hey, we got together and had this conversation. These are some ideas we've got. Let's sit down and share things.
Invite your administrator to your house.
Yeah.
He's on your ground.
Yeah. It's surprising how much willingness there is to solve problems. We don't realize. Next.
Okay, so we're working with the problem of how do we design a design thinking course that fits within the constraints of school. That's the question we kind of started with, and we came up with all sorts of other problems as we did that. But we ended up building this. This is kind of a map, really, of how we're going to do that. So we have our stakeholders, the community around us in the school community, all all the students who we think are going to be, like I gave them this little turbo sign, like they're probably going to be right on board with design thinking class. That sounds pretty exciting. And then the faculty and administration and guidance, who right now might be like a little bump, but they just have to help educate to get through that. And so we looked at the 3 parts of the design thinking process that will drive everything, and it's empathy, inquiry, and real problems. And after a lot of talking, we put them together into kind of one clump, so that realizing that the process is going to be driven at different times by different parts of this. So this can rotate through as we kind of come down this map, and we actually started mapping out like what can a week in the design thinking course look like. And so we started, let's have the kids come up with problems and then go into inquiry around those problems, and then we can incorporate sprints and speakers and documentaries and play time around those problems. And we got all the way down to like having 20% time on Friday so they can start looking at their own passions. And along the side here, we've got all the different kinds of projects that might be going on. So whole class, whole class design thinking challenges, small group design thinking challenges, students working on personal passion design thinking challenges. And then right now, the teachers of the course, who are the 3 of us, we're just kind of around the edges, like cheering the kids on through this process. We still have to figure out, where our strengths are and what we're going to be directly teaching. But the end goal then would be all these lifelong skills at the end, happy, productive members of the community. So, together.
Notices, questions.
I noticed that you guys did I don't know, this was the place in the process that was the most uncomfortable for me. It's been this is what's been beaten out of me as a learner, as an educator, as a human. So this, I'm super envious of being able to do that, and I think your topic was really awesome, and you know, but that this feels really good to me to see this, and I think that you know clearly the right people, they have the right people on the job, because this was again, I you know, I think Jeff and I were kind of in the same place, like we don't know how to go from concept to, I mean, we went to a model, but it was a lame ass model. And so this is really fun for me to see. Yeah.
We talked about it earlier, and I didn't get the chance to check in with everybody. I got really I didn't do much of the model. Man, I was like, oh, because you could use it. You could use the model, right? We had awakenings over the space of our conversations, like, oh, and often it was because we were moving parts of the model around. We were like, you know, these three, like those became their pillars for the course, right? Like the course can be really designed around those, right? And then we realized, but wait, these are kind of with them through the whole journey, and we were able to like physically turn it and see that we were emphasizing different aspects of the process as we were going through it, and we were able to really visually see the discrete pieces of our whole design as we went. People discount that stuff as I had a student called glorified arts and crafts, and then promptly dropped my class. And I said, well, thank you. Because one, you're not going to enjoy it here. Because we are glorified arts and crafts. We are glorifying like the creative process of using this stuff in order to better understand abstract, really complex things.
Well, and I was on the phone with our friend Ella, or she used to be, she started off as Dan's friend, and now I call her my friend, but she has an innovator's compass that we'll share with you and we'll link out to you. But she and I were talking just the other day on the phone, and you know, talking about this phase and how this is generally the scariest, and what her process and something that she's been involved in with corporations is not having the props, but actually getting people to move their bodies in ways of, you know, so be glad we gave you props and that we didn't make you mime it, because that's
I've been in those workshops too.
Right, and she said that the movement and the progress and you know what happens from that is really profound, and that's been really moving for her. But I imagine if this is scary, that's even scarier.
And you don't need to spend money on this stuff. Every single thing you saw. Yes, I think I've invested grand total $25 over 3 years, like out of my pocket to put you to see. And I think most of that was in selfishness. Should have been figuring that out. But that came from everyone's resource people in Arlington and doing that. Most of the arts and crafts pieces, the Legos, almost 100% of them, like 99% of them, were all donated by one student. The amazing students from he just didn't want them anymore. Like, he didn't use them at home, and he said he wants them. Like, I had a bunch, and he's like, you want me to bring some in? I'm like, sure. And over the space of 3 weeks, those gallon-sized freezer bags, and he just like opened the backpack and like, well, we filled that, and we filled up the other box still there that I didn't bring. Like, they're just everywhere. And he's just like, hey, better you guys better use this. And it's kind of cool because he's in my classroom all the time working on the project. And he's almost every single class. So it's kind of, kids are pretty generous. And parents are pretty generous about buying things. So just give you stuff. And so you just have a prototype card around for things like this. For little to no money. You know, and here's something I spent a lot of the supply closet at school, things like that. And it's starting to figure that way. Anyway. So, cool. Last one. Here we go.
Okay. So we started as the group that was discussing integrated learning or experiential learning, and we morphed into something different, still related, we believe, because when we discussed the challenges, the problems, the obstacles to being able to truly have integrated learning, cross-curricular, cross-content learning in schools. The challenge we kept coming up against was that of collaboration, that people either weren't collaborating, or they didn't have time to collaborate, or they didn't trust each other. So whatever it was, it seemed to come down to collaboration. So we focused instead on designing a model, a collaboration model for education. There are a number of them out on the web for businesses, but we wanted one for education that could be used with teachers and with students, because if we're aware of the 4 C's of education for 21st century learning for students, let's see if I get them all 4 now. Collaboration, communication, creative thinking, or critical thinking, and creativity. We want that for our students. We also want our teachers to role model that and have that same understanding. So we wanted the model to work for anyone. So our prototype was some doodles and things. But what we came up with was, and this is a prototype as well, that we needed to enlarge, but what we came up with was this 3-dimensional model where a person, the different phases are beginning, developing, applying, and innovating, recognizing that a beginner collaborator is maybe a timid mouse or whatever else that keeps them from feeling safe to collaborate. But what we see, and this is why we have our wheel to go with it, is that this is where we hope to see someone developing an awareness or an acknowledgement of collaboration. At the developing level, we are, this is the one, we're looking for discussions and brainstorming to begin. At the applying level, we'd like to see beginnings of cooperative planning and sharing of resources. And then at the innovation level, we hope to see fully collaborative units. So we also had a frequency scale where this is like a hit or miss. This is, isolated lessons here and there that are collaborative. Multiple lessons at the applying level, and then at the innovation level, we're seeing an entire unit or units throughout the year that are fully collaborative. So we have that model, and then what we're hoping to do wordlessly with this is to show people what it looks like at different levels. So when you are beginning, the awareness and acknowledgement is really like an eye-opening experience. When you are developing, you are brainstorming. I tried to add some body language into it, so the independent person who's kind of closed off. Developing level, you're starting to brainstorm, you're a little bit more open to working with others. At the applying level, you see people sort of standing alongside each other, connected. And this drawing that didn't really do it justice, but that at the innovation level, you have like a circle or a closed group of educators that are really, really connected in the teaching and learning. So hopefully it could be used with kids, it could be used with teachers, but with the end goal that there is an integration across content areas, because that, when we're really looking at who we're solving this problem for, is that we want students to have those opportunities to collaboratively learn across content areas.
Nice. Looking around, everyone's like.
I noticed that your steps look a lot like our steps.
Yeah.
Steps are important, aren't they? Symbolic.
I also noticed the language that you use for the beginning development planning, 4-step process, which can also be used in 4-step scale, which is developing a common language of assessment and determination of where you are. If you could just develop a 4-point scale that is just like common amongst whenever you see a common scale, that goes a long way. So I can see that transferability to other areas.
I think that's important so that you're not introducing something that sounds familiar or different. It's an extension of something that we should be already talking about
I noticed that you could make those little wheels and send those out to every man, woman, and child in 207, and it's like that is a really, really cool. There was one thing that came out today that like was just those things show up everywhere. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Like that would just be a cool tool,
And we tried
right?
to just use, our coach encouraged us to just use visuals instead of any words, but you could make this a lot, you could make it more complex or more simple by having maybe descriptions of examples or have it aligned in a couple different ways.
Or QR code in the corner. We can click on it, and then you can take you more information. Librarians.
Yes.
Love our QR codes. Cool. Holy cow, folks. I'm blown away. I don't want to speak for any others, but holy cow, this is, you give yourselves a round of applause. These are all amazing. It's all awesome. And the last thing I will say about this work is please, 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 for your own sakes, don't let this idea stop here. Like every single one of you came up with something that's actionable. Some way, figure out, find a way to keep moving so that Saturday is just the beginning of something else. Because these are really, there's something completely transferable from here to impact areas all over the place.
One of the things we were going to do today was this thing at the end, which we're about not for now, but it was this thing called WTFN, or what the now, because the point is to not just, when a lot of conferences that learning just stays here, but what are you going to do? What are we going to do about this? Bring this stuff to our buildings, to our districts, to actually actualize or bring it into action. It's a really important part. Yeah, that we want to take it beyond here and actually do something with this.
And if I hadn't given you so much time to build a cool model, we could have had a conversation. We got to give away swag so you guys can get on the roads. While they're taking out the swag giveaway, just a couple of things. Remember to please thank Blaze with a email, a phone call, a Facebook message, anything. Any way you can thank Blaze. Any way you can thank Central Bagel for what they did for the bagels. Thank the NEA in any way that you can for their support. It's huge and really instrumental in physical materials as well as some help getting some things that we needed. She belongs to the EdCamp Foundation for just supporting that we have this model to use. Period. Yeah, those are our big sponsors. Right? Oh, and the Discover Museum. On your way out, you can just thank the people at the desk. And if you can shoot them, emails. Thank Niles. Niles Parker, and the rest of his team for being so generous with the space and time today. And it was like, this is the first time I've been in this space. It's absolutely amazing. They're running a capital renovate the whole space eventually, but they're starting on the 3rd floor. And anybody who's done any fundraising knows that there's only so many people giving in any given area. And since we come from a diverse area, geographic, if you can reach out and just let people know, hey, there's a cool space in Bangor that's doing good work, that's opening its doors to cool things happening besides just for kids. Anything you can do to support that would be greatly appreciated. They won't mind the little cash in the pockets either. So anything you can do around that would be great. All right, we have things to give away.
Yeah. Things to give away.
So first up, passes to the Discovery Museum. Pass to the Discovery Museum. I have 6 of them.
And first one goes to Jodelle.
You're welcome.
It's fine. I thought using sticky notes would be a good idea. Jeff. David.
Jeff with a J, not Jeff with a G.
Mark Arnold.
You
I want pictures of you guys looking at the
Robbie.
How many more do we have?
2 more.
2 more.
Janet O'Clair
I was gonna get that one.
and Amanda Moore.
Oh, she's gone. Drag it.
Should it go? Can we get him to her somehow?
That's on you.
I'll send him to her.
Okay.
I'll send him to her.
Now we have 2 books. First up is taxonomy.
Well, no, they're both with the same person.
Okay, one person.
Yeah, but
Taxonomy
this
of
is-
educational objectives and designing and assessing educational objectives.
These 2 books and a VIP pass, which we're not really sure what it means yet, come from the organizers of Moose Camp, which is going to be this year in Foxcroft Academy.
June 21st, Tuesday,
21st.
June 21st.
Right after school ends. For those of you who don't know, this is a theme. This is a here design thinking EdCamp. That's more of a proficiency-based EdCamp. So we're going to still do the same kind of topics or same kind of idea, but we're going to go deeper into proficiency-based learning. So that is Amy Tucker. Those are some fantastic resources, by the way. And you can see me about what the VIP means. We'll figure
Yeah. They have like a gigantic, you know.
Now we have 10.
Yeah.
Now we have 10 $10 Amazon gift cards, and you're going to give us your email. We're going to give you a card. You're going to give us your email address, and we'll send it to you digitally.
And they'll come from Dan Ryder. So just as a heads up. It's not spam. It's coming from me.
Amy Luce, you won one. Jeff Sear. Aaron. Come on. John. Warren. Oh, he left too, but that's okay. How many more? That's 4. 6 more. Oh, that's right. We have 10. Okay, so Jesse Hargrove. I think everyone's gonna win some. Dan Allen. Pass it on. Okay. So Shar. John Pratt. Do you want to forego yours? Okay. Hold on. Kate Meyer. Right? Yeah, Meyer. How many more?
3 more.
3 more. Hannah. Julie Wilcott. Yes, seriously, this is. And Brett. Brett Pierce.
Congratulations.
Are we it? Is that it? Okay. And 6. Go to Kathy. Where are you? Yep. And
Are you giving away the top of Legos too?
I'm giving away Amanda. You get 4 wheat bagels.
You guys can change on the way.
Tara, you get an assortment. You get 2. And that is sorry, we don't mean that much. Then let's see. Everyone has to. Anybody else? No, I have one more name. Julie. Where's the other Julie? Pizza. What? You get a whole pizza. Hold on.
Don't worry,
I do have a whole
dates
pizza.
off or something.
Yeah. How about a whole big pizza? Party in Marco.
I was gonna say, I'm running back home halfway with him.
Did anybody not win something?
Yes, everyone's a winner. If people could, if you took pictures today, if you could email them to any one of us, not that any of us in any way, if you've got documentation of any sort of the day, or if you've got emails, things that you noted, and you're willing to take pictures of those and send them on to us, we'd love to have them put together so that, for one, for documentation, it's just neat, but also if we think this is a good idea to do this again, next year, then that would give us impetus to do so. We will be sending out a feedback form. Matt, do you have contact hour sheets?
I think they'll be sending those out probably tomorrow or later this week. I have all your email information. You all do that through Drewette-Card. I'll be getting those. And also, if you're interested in more professional development stuff like micro-credentials, if you're building a digital portfolio that way, there are 3 micro-credentials that are able to be earned as a result of attending. One of those is simply you came. So all you have to do is just ask that you want. They're on the resources page on our website.
If you're not on social media, we highly encourage networking. And we're all huge fans of Twitter in particular. But also Instagram is great. Pinterest is great. But we have a community called EdCamp, hashtag EdCamp, and we have Monday night discussions every Monday, but we also just communicate all week long, 24/7, using Twitter as a means for that. So please join in that conversation. Be part of this community.
Yeah, shameless plug to that. The next 5 weeks are going to be dedicated to diving deep into each one of the guiding principles, one at a time. So we're gonna really go deep into those.
Monday nights at 8:30. Which I know it's like that's also why we're doing 24/7. So you can come, you can join in the live conversation. You can join in on. People are always looking at the hashtag. So it's your constant. It's a great way we connect with people in Maine and beyond. I think that's it. Yeah, grab a slice.
Lots of coffee. Spicy chocolate cupcakes. I'm so excited.
Box of gel, perfect for iced coffee.
This the car that's going to hold on bacon.
Yeah.
I have a bag for bottles. I'm gonna make my kids dump extra water. So just water bottles. I'm gonna have
Thanks, you guys. This was really good.
Yeah,
Really good.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Thank you for mentioning it. It was fantastic.
That's a good stuff. Trash bag is very great. Trash. Really got the bean supper right now. Just throw it in the bag, yeah. Throw it in the bag. Anybody goes up to Hammond Street, we got some bean supper, not this week. We had one recently. Next month. Next month.
Not this weekend.
Not this weekend. No. First Saturday.
Nope.
Hammond Street, 5 o'clock.
That's right.
Show up early at 4:30.
That's right.
Extra swear.
Okay, so I can't read anything with a Down East accent without hearing you say it now. I was reading something the other day, and
So
I
sorry.
looked at Nicole, my co-teacher, and I said, "Can you hear Dan reading this?" She's like,
What I can.
He's the best though. He's the best.
Get ready.
Well, yes.
Hold on, I met my matching one lady.
All right, my dear.
Woo! You did a show up there. There was this guy, he was from Dennisville.
Yep.
And he used to be a herring shucker. It's what he and he had, it was glorious. He had the best accent. He came up here to tell us, and we were like, I gotta go.
Figure out what we have first.
All right, thank you for watching. Appreciate it. We're gonna stop the broadcast now. Take care. See you next time at EdChat. How might we? And yeah.